Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special meeting of Finance and Corporate Services. First budget day that we'll be having of three more. Just a couple reminder items before we get right into it. The way that we've had the budget, at least as long as I've been here, is that we go through the capital and the operating portions of the budget, and we don't make any final decisions. We don't tend to vote on items until we have public input evening, so that we have the full understanding of what the public expects of us. So that means all the decisions we make will be on final budget day. That is really the only item I wanted to touch upon. The second one is the other way that we've handled as well is if anyone has any requests for additional information to come on final budget day. Typically, we're extremely lenient in that if it's an ask for information. I will look to staff to see if it's a particularly onerous amount of work that requires a vote. If not, staff will be taking note of that, and we'll proceed, okay? Okay, with that out of the way, Mr. Haggie or Mr. Chapman, you're starting us off?
Good morning, Chair Davey and members of committee. I'm pleased to be before you this morning to introduce the 2016 operating budget. I was just remarking before the meeting that this is the 11th budget that I'm presenting to the city, and it's still as sweet as the first one, so hopefully the day will go well. I'll present the first number of slides in terms of the overview, and then after that, Ryan will walk you through the details of the budget package. And as the Chair has noted, we'll note the direction that you give us throughout the course of the day, and then at the end of the day, we'll summarize all of that to make sure that we've captured it correctly. For the last number of years, the City has been using a number of methods for citizens to stay informed about the budget, and this is a slide that summarizes some of the ways that people can follow the budget process. For those of you that use Twitter, the hashtag that we're using this year is KitBudget2016. Excuse me. And this will allow other Twitter users to find relevant posts about this year's budget by using that hashtag. One of the things that we've seen work well in other jurisdictions is the use of short budget videos that can be posted via social media and the website to introduce what can be fairly complex issues to citizens through a simple budget video. We've added 3 this year, one on the budget process overall, another on how assessment and reassessments work, given that that's often a source of confusion, and the third one is on development charges. In discussion with the Chair, we thought it might be helpful to preview one of the videos with you this morning. As I say, they're very short, but you're seeing them before they're posted to the website, and after today, we'd encourage you to link to them via your social feed so that citizens can access them, as we will through the City's Facebook page. So with that, Colin will run the first video.
Okay, I'd like to help you understand how your city develops its budget. We always hear about them, and often this can feel like another language altogether. Before we get started, there is important information you should know. Ontario cities like Kitchener receive only 9% of all taxes collected, but are responsible for over 50% of the infrastructure. Let's start by looking at what the word budget means. Simply put, it's a planned, itemized summary of money that is coming into the city and how that money is spent for a specific period of time. It's very important to note that provincial government legislation in Ontario states money coming in equals money going out, also known as revenue equals expenditures, or a balanced budget. The City of Kitchener provides 47 core services to the citizens of Kitchener. So City Council and administration always have to make difficult decisions to ensure this balancing takes place. There are 2 main components of the budget when looking at the money going out side of the scale. Operating pays for all the day-to-day activities of the corporation. This includes items such as salaries and wages, utilities, supplies, fuel, and insurance, just to name a few. The capital budget pays for all the new big investments or the rehabilitation of current assets under the city's control. So let's focus on how the city collects to pay for all these services. For every dollar that comes into the city, 31 cents comes from property taxes, 56 cents from utility rates and user fees, and 13 cents from other sources. So, now we have learned what a budget is, how cities collect money, and how they spend it. Now, let's take a look at how these pieces work together. Money comes in through property taxes, utility rates, and user fees, and other sources. The money collected is required for both the operating and capital budget. We've already talked about the operating budget, including day-to-day expenses, but it also includes money for funding capital budgets. The capital budget pays for all the new big investments or the rehabilitation of current assets under the city's control. This connection is made through three methods. The capital levy method reflects a pay-as-you-go approach. The reserve fund method, which reflects a planned now, acquire or use later approach, and the debt payment approach. Okay, so let's recap. 1. A budget is a plan for money coming in and money going out. There are two building blocks to the city budget, operating and capital. 2. The operating budget is like paying your house bills to keep the lights on. Just like in a normal household, our bills go up with inflation. 3. The capital budget is like your major outlays, vehicles, house, renovations, etc. 4. Money comes in from three sources: property tax levy, utility rates and user fees, and other sources. 5. Money coming in is used to deliver 47 core services to city residents. 6. City Council and administration, with the input of the public, decide how best to balance the city budget guided by provincial legislation. And that is how your city develops its budget.
So I hope you agree with me that there's a lot of information captured in a 3-minute video there. I would encourage you to also take a look at the assessment growth video. It's often a source of confusion as assessments go up, how that translates to property tax increases or doesn't. And the last is on development charges. So those will be on the budget website, and we'll send out detail to you later today so that you can link to them via your social media feeds. This slide summarizes the public meetings regarding the budget. You've recently dealt with user fees, and those were approved at the last council meeting. This week we have the operating budget. Next week we're dealing with capital. And then at your request, we pushed out the public input session to January so that we will have all of our follow-up information drafted and available to the public so that they can review that prior to making delegations to council. This slide summarizes the content that we'll cover off in the presentation, and I'll start with some notes on the general overview. There are three key themes that we've highlighted for you regarding the 2016 budget that I'll start with today. The first is that tax-supported city services are being held status quo. The second is that substantial increased investments are being made in arm's-length organizations. And lastly, infrastructure investments for utilities are being increased through this budget. The next three slides will deal with these topics in more detail. As indicated in your package, the proposed levy increase is 1.5%, but the city's share of that increase this year is in fact less than 1%, with the remaining amount being caused by increased investments in organizations that are not directly controlled by the city. To achieve a tax rate increase of less than 1% for city services, we've held services status quo. This means that there are no new staff or proposed service enhancements being proposed as a part of the tax-supported operating budget. We have allowed increases only for things that are contractually agreed upon or for utility rate increases. In fact, most other lines have been In comparison with other municipalities, this table shows all of the municipal costs, not just property taxes, for the cities within the region. If you look at the bottom line total cost, you can see that Kitchener has the lowest overall cost of services being provided in the region in 2015. And as we have in the past, we'll update this chart as we approach final budget day to reflect any final approved rates for 2016 between the city and other area municipalities. Next, we'll move on to inflation, both in the form of CPI and a municipal price index. Year-to-date CPI inflation for Ontario is 1.2%, while MPI is 1.4%, meaning that the inflationary impacts on Kitchener's budget are slightly higher than those of the average consumer. We'll continue to track final inflation figures up to final budget day, although I would note that Ontario forecasts place the final inflation projections somewhere between 1.2 and 1.5% based on the forecast that you would look at. Looking at tax rate increases and inflation for the past 10 years, we see that the tax rate increases have been slightly defined or slightly below inflation over time based on how you define it. Over the past 10 years, the city's tax rate increases, including EDIF, have been below the increase in MPI, which is the top two lines. Over the same time frame, the base tax rate increase, if you exclude EDIF, has also been below the rate of CPI inflation, which are the bottom two lines. In other words, without EDIF impacts, the budget followed inflation. Investment in EDIF put the budget closer to the MPI range. And ultimately, you must conclude for yourself whether or not the increase in economic investment that was made above the rate of inflation returned good value to the community. As we have in the past, we'll also track the budget impacts over this current term of council. And so if we look at the shorter time frame, this graph shows the cumulative increase in inflation and tax rates within the current term, a 2-year period. Again, this graph shows that if council approved the proposed tax rate increase, it would result in a cumulative increase below the rate of inflation based on the current CPI rate. The final consideration is resident attitudes towards taxes and service levels. I won't belabor this slide as you've seen it many times before, but I'll just remind you what the bars represent. As part of the 2013 budget process, the University of Waterloo conducted a random survey on behalf of the city, and the results of the survey show that a significant majority of respondents preferred inflationary type increases while maintaining current service levels. This is the lime green bar in the graph, or in the chart. That was followed up by the findings of the 2013 Environics survey, which you know was statistically significant, and it found results very consistent with the 2009 survey. So we can say with a high level of confidence that citizens want to maintain existing service levels and are willing to pay a little more each year to keep those services. This is the dark green bar. And I'll also note that the stability over time is striking. This is a very similar result to what we've seen in previous Environics surveys of citizens in previous terms of council. So the analysis of these three factors, being a comparison to others, inflation, and citizen attitudes, leads us to the conclusion that the proposed 2016 budget delivers on the affordability objective as outlined in the strategic plan. The second theme we'll consider this morning is sustainability. While Kitchener has been faring very well in terms of affordability, we do face some deficiencies with respect to sustainability. And we simply define sustainability as a budget which is balanced and able to support your approved service levels over the long term. So the first area we'll consider is the financial position of the city at the end of the year. This table shows that for the past number of years we've experienced operating deficits. This means that our total expenses have exceeded our revenues on a consistent basis, and that's despite varying weather conditions and different economic circumstances. I guess the silver lining on this page is the fact that you can see that over time it would appear the trend line is for the closing of that gap. We see the smallest projected negative variance in 2015 based on work we've done in previous budget cycles. And this slide speaks to that issue. As you know, in recent budget years, we were talking about chronic deficits or budget lines that we knew were not budgeted appropriately compared to the costs that we were facing. Some of those included revenue lines like bylaw fine revenues, where the budget line was too high compared to what we were seeing in actual revenues, and also costs like water and electricity and postage. Over the course of several budgets, Council has addressed these by correcting budgets in specific areas, and this means that now in a normal year, we do not expect a deficit in any program or service area, although I would note there is still no slack in the budget to generate a surplus to replenish or build up the tax stabilization reserve. So the final area that we'll consider for sustainability is the tax stabilization reserve, which is the most problematic area under the theme of sustainability. As you know, this reserve is primarily used to cover off year-end operating deficits and is projected to have a minimal balance at the end of 2015. If there is no funding left in this reserve for year-end deficits, they would have to be funded through a tax rate increase in the following year. So you can see at the end of 2015, we're projecting to have about $700,000 in this reserve. It's well below the minimum balance. And if you've looked through the package, you'll note that we are proposing to use a portion of this fund to support the Centre in the Square's transitional costs in 2016. Before I wrap up, I'll speak to one remaining issue and then talk very briefly about the approach we've taken to build the budget. So in terms of the remaining issue that I want to raise for your awareness today, it's the issue of assessment growth. Based on the timing of our budget, we always finalize the budget before we have a final assessment growth number. We've used assessment growth of 1.25% to build this budget, and we were hovering fairly close to that as we were finalizing the package. We believe we now have a final assessment growth figure, although we've not received the return roll, and that figure is 1.29%. Very close to our estimate, but it means there's approximately $40,000 of additional assessment growth revenue, which has not been accounted for in the budget as of yet. We'll carry this forward to our final budget day presentation, where you'll determine its use either to fund additional costs or to allow it to flow to the bottom line and reduce the levy impact. So for example, you have an issue paper in your package for a part-time constituency assistant. That's unfunded in the budget. If that was supported by council, notionally this assessment growth could be used to fund that without any additional impact on the property tax rate. Or on the other hand, if you took no action, it would flow to the bottom line, and what is right now a 1.5% levy increase would become a 1.46% tax levy increase. Lastly, I'll touch very briefly on the targets and process that we use to develop the budget. As I mentioned, an overall increase of 1.5% significantly limited our budget increases so that the only things that were allowed for were contractually agreed upon items and projected utility rate increases which exceed the rate of inflation. We've increased user fees, as you know, and set modest reduction targets for all departments to be able to achieve a tax levy increase of 1.5%. And again, I would remind you that although it's a 1.5% levy increase, less than 1% of that has gone to the benefit of direct city operations, with 0.5% going to benefit arm's-length organizations, unlike other years. Regarding process, the budget is developed over the summer months, and in the fall we have a meeting of the Administrative Review Committee, which includes financial planning staff, the senior management team, and over the course of 3 days, 3 full days, we go through the budget in excruciating detail and prepare a final submission for council, which is vetted then by the corporate leadership team and ultimately brought forward to you for review. So in summary, we're very proud to present to you a budget today that we believe is affordable and increasingly sustainable. It's in keeping with community and council preferences as well. I'd like to acknowledge the leadership of Ryan Haggie and his team for the good work they've done to prepare the budget, and also all of the management staff, some of which will be watching the web stream from their offices today. So with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes the overview. I'd be pleased to take any questions before we turn to local boards.
Very good, thank you. I also would just like to quickly note that I think that the video is fantastic, and I understand we will be showing the video at the public input session as well. Very good. Questions of staff? Councillor Gazzola.
I just have a few that come out from what you've said. The WDRC, we're budgeting $120,000 for this year. Are we putting any money into the CTT? Does that come from us at all, or does it come directly from the region?
Mr. Wilmer.
Through the chair, 2015 is the last year we're investing into CTT. In 2016, the additional investment of $120 is for WRE EDC.
You say additional, so what's the total investment?
If memory serves, our total is $300,000.
Which makes up what we were putting into the CTT plus $120,000.
Not exactly. I think our investment in CTT was roughly $150,000 a year. There was a modest increase in 2015 as WREDC starts up, and in 2016 we're roughly doubling our original investment. So we went from 150 in 2014 to 300,000 in 2016, and transitioned from CTT to WREDC.
Yeah, thank you. Can you tell me what share of the regional budget comes from Kitchener?
I don't believe we have that figure, but we can calculate that easily enough and send it out.
If you could, yes.
Sure.
They also, you've included the deficits for a 5-year period. Could you indicate also what the capital closeouts were that were taken into account over that same period of time, so we can just see that?
The closeouts that were net against the
Yes.
deficit position for the year? Yeah, we can report back on that.
Yeah. My final question is on the, you have an indication of what the assessment growth is. Do you have an indication of what our total supplementary taxes for 2015 are?
Do you have that? Do you recall from the Through the chair, we budget $1 million, and our projection is $850,000. So we're projecting a $150,000 negative variance this year on net supplementaries.
Is that final?
No, because not all write-offs have been processed yet.
So that by the time we do our budget in January, we will know that, right?
We can report back on that, yes, for final budget day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Yes, thanks. The first question I had was regarding when you talked about OP1, which was the affordable tax rate. So in that graph that we're seeing, that's only taxes when we're talking about comparing ourselves to other cities and municipalities. It doesn't have anything to do with any of the utilities or anything like that.
That's correct. We have other comparisons for utility rates. I believe we've shared them in the past. So there are similar bar charts that would compare utility costs.
Okay. We go to O51. The last bullet is the modest reduction targets across all divisions. Can you give us the percentages of what those reduction targets were?
Do you have it here, Ryan, or do you want to report back on that? We'll see if we can pull it up, and if not, we can include that on the list of follow-ups and report back by issue paper.
Okay.
And I only hesitate because it's not as if it was an across-the-board straight percentage. It would have depended on the various cost objects in the budget. So on a certain type of cost, it would have been a certain percentage reduction. It may have been a different factor for a different type of cost.
Okay. It says that increases for staff compensation and utilities as required. That's when you were talking about contractual obligations?
That's correct.
Okay. That's all for now. Thanks.
Councillor Unesky?
Yes, thank you. I really like that video. That was excellent, nice, compact, and gives you a good perspective as to the city's approach versus a household approach. 3 questions that I have. Page 37, dealing with the increase for infrastructure for water, sanitary, and storm, and their different rates: 7.6, 10.8, 9.2. But you said that they were all tied in together in terms of when work is being done, I would gather. Page 37. Right. And you indicated that they're all tied in together. You've got the different rate increases. Would you not have, if they're all tied in together, wouldn't it be one maybe flat increase of, let's say, 8 or 9% for everything right across the board? Or what's the rationale for separating them?
I think it may be primarily a function of the fact that for a road reconstruction project, stormwater funds 23% of the cost, water 31%, and sanitary 46%. So there is a different split in terms of the extent of capital funding within the reconstruction program. So their budgets have a different mix of costs, but ultimately all of those budgets fund the reconstruction program. And so if we reduce one, we would have to reduce the others because there wouldn't be enough funding to fund that whole replacement program.
So, because I know there's a different percentage of a utility goes in for that infrastructure. Because usually when you're doing reconstruction, you're doing water, sewers, and all the thing all at the same time. So, but I guess one costs more than the other in terms of replacement, basically.
Yeah, and the mix of costs are different in their budgets. They also have different surplus deficit positions, and so only a portion of their budget goes to the reconstruction program. But that's the area that's most, I would say, discretionary right now. And so if you were to cut back at any one budget, it would impact their capital program. You therefore would automatically adjust all of the other budgets proportionately because we can't do the work if we don't have funding for 1/3 of the program.
Right. Okay, page 49 deals with the tax stabilization reserve. And over the last several years, you basically had a minimum target balance of about $5 million, more or less. And as we started back a few years ago, it was up 3.5, and it just keeps depleting as we dig into the kitty all the time. For 2016, I guess you still want that minimum target of $5 million, more or less. If we do go for that target of $5 million, what would be the impact on a percentage increase if we do say, let's throw $5 million into the kitty and have it as a reserve? What would be that impact in terms of a percentage, roughly?
If you were to fund the whole amount, it would be about a 5% levy impact.
On top of the 1.5%?
Right.
Okay. And final question is the next page, 50. There's that assessment growth of 1.25%, and I didn't quite catch, you said something added to make it 1.46%?
When we finalized the package, we had assumed assessment growth of 1.25%. The final number is 1.29%.
Right.
So there's an extra $40,000 of assessment growth revenue that's not been accounted for. If you do nothing, that will reduce the levy increase by $40,000, so it would take the levy increase from 1.5% down to 1.46%.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Councillor Marsh?
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to ask about the if you have any examples of the modest target reductions that are referred to on 051.
And again, we'll confirm the details, but typically it would include cost objects like materials and supplies, things like contracted services that are not subject to a fixed contracted rate that are open for renegotiation. We have been reducing training and conference budgets in recent years, and so those are typically the types of cost objects that get cut back to achieve this type of a levy increase.
Great. So then we're not talking about reduction in service levels in any department.
No, really, they reflect a continued push for departments to find efficiencies within their existing budgets to try and maintain the level of service with less cost.
Okay, thank you. Also, I want to just also add that I love how I love the video as well, and I love how we're framing the budget in terms of what we've heard from the community through our many public consultations, because it really does, help us to see that we're not just, even if we don't have as many people come forward with their impressions and their opinions about the budget, we can feel confident that we have a good statistically relevant sample of what residents want. So that's good. Thank you.
Great.
Mr. Hagy,
we were able to find some details about the reduction target, so that amounted to 0.25% or about $275,000 that city departments as a whole were able to find in order to have the tax rate increase be 1.5%. So without that, it would have been 1.75% that was being proposed today.
You should really include that so we understand sort of the breadth of the works. That's a significant figure. Councillor Fernandez.
Sorry, I forgot to... I know that we don't take recommendations on this day, but personally, I'd like to really suggest that we take that $40,000, and if that's what it turns out to be, and put that to the bottom line. I think that will be a significant step to recognizing what our residents want. So that's my personal preference.
Certainly. And in case I haven't been clear to you, today is a touch less formal, so we can definitely mix comments in with with questions, because otherwise there wouldn't be an opportunity for comments. I have a question on the 042, the household comparison. For the natural gas rate, does that include the change that we just made for the end of 2015? Mr. Haggie?
Yes, it does. It only affects November and December. So the decrease in Kitchener isn't really felt a whole lot until next year. So next year that number would be considerably lower for Kitchener, but it is reflected.
Because it includes the higher rates from January, February, March.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, for the first 10 months of the year, and the lower rates are only the last 2.
Okay. And I'm not sure that I want to get into this too deeply today, but in looking at the tax rate targets that we've set, I completely respect, and I asked for the survey in the 2013 budget on page 046. And I believe in the appropriateness of setting the tax rate based on CPI. But my question is, recalling the questions, was there any implication in those saying that it had to be the inflationary rate of that specific, or more accurately, the previous specific year?
No, there wasn't. And, we've taken the position that it's Ontario CPI. That's never been prescribed for us. We believe that's the best comparison. And so we've always used the year-end Ontario CPI, but that's never been formally defined.
Okay, so my concern, and we haven't really run into this too greatly yet, but there's been instances in the past where we've seen inflation, inflation's gone up, 3 and 4 and 5% in a single year historically, and conversely, there's been negative deflation. Could you comment on the appropriateness of, if there's a negative inflation year where it's, minus 2%, obviously we couldn't maintain service levels. So could you comment on, the responsibility of the way that we budget inflationary figures?
The one challenge we have with the current approach, and we see it even today, that we have inflation figures up until the end of October, and if Council is inclined to pay very close attention to that CPI number, I don't believe this year we'll actually have a final CPI number. When we pass the budget, we'll have it up to the end of November. But it makes it difficult for us to plan around that target if we don't know until basically the 11th hour in the budget what that figure actually is.
Are we aware of any other municipalities that, say, look over like the past 3 years and do an average?
We haven't researched it in detail, but yes, I am aware that some will take a multi-year average, either looking, including a retrospective view and a prospective view, and some look at historic averages only.
Okay. And I brought this up in the past, but if nothing passes here, will this target will this come back to Council at some point? Has that been direction that's been put forward?
Mr. Haggie has it in his approved work plan for next year to complete a long-term financial plan, and so one of the areas that we will bring forward for discussion as a part of our policy review is this tax rate policy. So yes, we intend to explore it more deeply.
Okay. And last question along the lines of Councillor Fernandez with the extra $40,000. I remember one issue paper from last budget was for the tax stabilization reserve, and I believe the amount suggested to go into it was about $200,000. I don't see that here, and obviously to meet target. And the 2015 projected is 681. Remind me, if everything goes into place with the Centre in the Square, what's the balance going to target for 2016 for tax stabilization?
It will be $250,000 less than that.
250 less, so around
430,000.
Okay, and the target being $5 million. Okay, so I would just, again, along the lines of Councillor Fernandez, I would really like to see that extra $40,000 go towards replenishing the tax stabilization fund going forward. But that concludes questions. Councillor Fernandez said to the levy. I'm saying to the tax stabilization. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry if that wasn't clear. Yeah.
So just for clarity, Mr. Chair, do you want us to resurrect the issue paper or update the issue paper from last year, or is that just a comment and you'll bring the issue
Actually,
forward?
that might be appropriate if it's simple to plug back in.
All right, so with that, then we'll turn it over for local boards, and we have a delegation here from the Centre in the Square, Mr. Gordon and Mr. Sonoda, so I'm pleased to turn the podium over to them.
Oh, very good.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Bruce Gordon. I'm the chairman of the board of Centre in the Square, and I'm told if I appear 3 more times, I get a name tag. I have, yes, I have with me Rob Sonoda, the general manager, and Deb Dobb, the controller of the Centre in the Square. I'm joking about you seeing me fairly frequently. The Webb report, the Yards Build Ontario report, the governance review, included in that was how we would transition from where we were to where we're going, and a piece on capital, which we'll talk about next Monday. Through all of those, you have seen a series of figures from the Centre in the Square, and including what you were just referencing. There was an issue paper early in November about a transitional amount of $250,000. Through all of those numbers, you should note that administrative expenses are going down. We are attempting to de-risk Centre in the Square from the viewpoint of not doing things that could create a loss. And we are working, in my opinion, you can hear from others, but working very well with the Symphony and with the Art Gallery as we work through this transition. Beyond that, Mr. Chair, I'm not going to review any numbers which you have all seen before, but between the three of us, open it up to questions, and I'm sure we can either give you the answer or get the answer.
Very good, thank you. Just to remind Council, the issue paper for this is on page 088, and as Mr. Gordon indicated, none of this should be of any surprise. Mayor Verbenovich.
Thanks, Chair Davey. And actually, this was more a comment to Bruce. I just wanted to actually use this opportunity to thank you for all of the leadership and work that you've provided over the past number of months as the Centre has transitioned through its governance review and through its staff changes and so on. I know you've put in an inordinate number of hours to get us to this point, and want to thank you publicly for that, as well as acknowledge the work that now Rob and the team are doing in terms of carrying the Centre forward. And on budget day, we'll certainly be supporting this as part of that transition that we've been discussing over the past number of months.
Thank you. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, understanding where you've gone and where we've come to at this point, my question would be, just with regards to the transitional cost of $250,000, what would you not be able to do if we only gave you, say, $200,000? What then kind of, understanding it's transitional and it's part to do with scheduling and dates and that kind of stuff, what happens if you get a little bit less than what's being asked for here?
Sure, I'll take a shot at that. First of all, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the comments. It's a great team to work with. With regard to the specific question, the transitional costs, some of which are known, some of which are unknown at the moment as we work through the calendar with the Symphony, with the staff transition, with trying to change the booking dates in the future. Particularly for the fall of 2016, it would be very difficult to say the revenue is going to be exactly X, because not all the shows are booked yet. Again, still working through the dates with the Symphony. My general answer would be, without those transition costs, either we would have to try and cut expenses, and that has already been done to the tune of about $254,000, or we'd have a bigger loss, and the discussion would come up, does the City of Kitchener pay that, or does the Centre in the Square pay for it out of its reserve fund, which is decreasing the same as your tax reserve fund is? Mm-hmm. Deb, anything to add?
Again, a lot of it, as Bruce mentioned, has to do with our relationship with the Symphony. We are still working on it, so I can't tell you exactly what the $50,000 difference, if that's what happens, would be used for. However, it is relationship-based.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Hearing that and understanding that it's kind of unknown at this time, is it something that you might be comfortable with if we were to move forward? And I'm not saying we will, but that we were to move forward with giving you 200,000 and then maybe having that discussion later in the year when some of those costs are a little bit more known? Is that an approach you'd be, I won't say your perfect world, but you'd be comfortable with?
Because some of the transition costs at this point are not known, if it's not required, if the extra 50,000 is not required, we would be reporting back through the city, through city staff. Without the commitment for 250,000, we would have to start budgeting on the basis that we either have to reduce expenses or try and increase revenue, which I said, as I've already indicated, would be difficult in the fall of 2016. It could be done, but forecasting a bigger loss and running down the reserve fund from the center and the square restricts what we can do with that money for other things that you saw in the governance paper, where the envelope of the center and the square, it has been agreed that that's a city expense. Anything done on a performance basis would be the expense of the center and the square. Maintenance, repairs, sound, that type of thing. And then there are some that would be discussed. I would assume what we would do is look at that middle list and try and defer some maintenance, which is not a good solution long term.
Okay. And just to remind me, I know you're just coming for 1 year, but was that transitional cost just 1 year for the 250,000 extra from the reports? Was that 1 year or?
The request at the moment is for 1 year until we get through the transition. It would be our goal to get rid of that. Can we get rid of all of it in our fiscal 16 so that 17 there will be no request? Still unknown, but that is our goal, to get rid of that in 17.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yaneski.
Thank you for the comments on the last questioning. Seeing that you've been restructuring, you're in pretty dire straits, as I would see it, and you're trying to maintain and survive and keep the operation going, which is wonderful, and you're trying to work with a skeleton staff. I guess it comes down to a point somewhere along the way that you really hit the bottom and you really can't cut more or defer more, because it just becomes to a point of being ridiculous that the operation then can't continue and function reasonably just to make the operation going. Are we sort of at that bottom level where you just can't make any more cuts and make any more deferrals, that we just got to have the money up there just to operate?
Basically, yes. An expression that I used to use was, everybody should be looking to reduce and eliminate the fat, but you can't cut into muscle and bone. There'd be no way to operate anymore. We would definitely not defer maintenance for those things that are related to health and safety. You just can't do it. If health and safety walked in and did an audit, we might be forced into an expense because we had deferred maintenance. So to answer your question directly, yes, we've cut into the basic operations and do not want to defer repairs and maintenance that would affect long-term the performances in the center and the square.
Would it come to an extent that the health and safety issues, components that need to be addressed, and the audits come in and the people responsible for those jurisdictions come in, could it come to an extent saying you haven't done it, we have to close you down until you fix it?
It would depend what health and safety find, but that is possible.
Okay, thank you.
Just one question based on potentially dropping that amount. Supposing, and I sit on the board, so I have no expectation of this, but supposing for the moment that Centre in the Square ends up in the black this year, what happens to that surplus?
Sorry, if you could repeat the end of
Sure.
that question, Mr. Chairman.
If the center in the square ends up in profitable territory, so if there's a surplus,
right?
What happens to that surplus?
In profitable territory.
Yes.
Okay, I'd love to dig into that answer. I'm not aware of any performing arts building or organization in Ontario that at the moment doesn't need some type of assistance. If the centre and the square could be taken into profitable territory, there is still a list of things that could be called discretionary. Some people might call them cosmetic, that we would like to do at the centre and the square. And any monies could be spent on that. Secondly, the reserve fund, which we internally would prefer never go below about $500,000, just in case there's a show canceled on the day and we have to return all the ticket fees, or something breaks in the elevator, something related to health and safety. We would start to rebuild that reserve fund.
Yeah, and I'm just referring to the $50,000, and again, I sit in the board, as council should be aware. But I just wanted to highlight the point that actually, historically, days gone by, the centre has been in positive territory, and my understanding is, I looked to Mr. Chapman to correct, but that any excess revenue over expenses is split 50-50 with the city. So I just wanted to say that, yes, I don't expect it in the near future, but 5 or 6 years down the road, if the centre is profitable, we have seen in the past some of that money actually coming back to the city.
Appreciate that, and it would be our goal to keep that number as low as possible.
Very good. A few more people in the queue here. Councillor Gazzola.
I just wanted to explain that very fact that in the past, where there has been a profit, we have shared it, and if we are fortunate in the future, that same policy I would expect would carry on, that we would share it. So theoretically, we would share it. Let's assume we're going to make $500,000. The city would get $250,000.
Very good. Mayor Verbenovich.
Thanks, and I was going to speak to this as well. So just to be clear, what we're talking about right now is that the permanent budget is being proposed to be increased to 1.75, which we had previously agreed to, and then there's additional funding of $250 that would potentially be allocated to the centre and the square if approved for transitional costs on an as-needed basis. So if they don't end up using all of that, that wouldn't transfer, if my understanding is correct, that wouldn't transfer out of our tax stabilization fund and would remain with us. If the or a part of it would remain with us. If on the 1.75 million, 2016 ends up being an absolutely amazing year, and let's say we pull a $20,000 profit, then that would be split $10,000 to each, the city and the centre and the square, if that were to happen.
Okay, Mr. Chapman.
Correct.
Through the chair, committee's direction on that point would be helpful. The way the issue paper recommendation is worded, it's worded as if the centre would receive $2 million in 2016. If it's your intent that they only receive the 1.75 million and then we have an upper limit of assistance based on their actual costs, your direction on that point would be important today. Not today, as a part of final budget direction.
In fairness, I think what the centre needs to know is that they have $2 million to work with, and not be sort of left hanging on that front. I guess my point is, and I have confidence in both the staff and the board that, if they only need 1.95 or 1.925 of that from an operating perspective, then that's what they're going to use. And if that were going to be the case, the intent, would it be the centre's intent, Bruce, to return that extra money?
The executive committee and board of Centre and the Square has not discussed that. The reason being, number one, cash flow. which gets very tight May, June, when largely the center and the square is dark and we need to know that there is cash coming in. Number two, it has been our goal to create a budget for 2016 that works with $2 million. We haven't said, what if it's $1,950,000 and what would happen to the extra $50,000? My view would be that if it's not necessary, we would not know that until very late in the year. And that would be, as a, standing here next year looking at the 17 budget, which hopefully will be improved from what you're looking at now, that would be part of that discussion.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And I mean, in light of also knowing where the reserves are at and so on, I mean, they've been depleted. We need to be in a situation where they over time get brought back up to a healthy level as well. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Yes, thanks, Bruce, and I apologize.
Rob and Deb.
Rob and Deb, thank you. Can I ask how much work and time and effort has gone into looking at grant applications for the centers in the square? I mean, I know that many galleries, museums and such are always going after that. Can you tell me what Centre in the Square is doing in that line?
General grants I mentioned, the matching?
Yes, we have currently applied for 2 major grants. One of them is the Capital Cultural Spaces funding, and the other one is Canada 150, Celebrate 150. The other things we do have right now is the Heritage Grant. I don't know the exact, what's the exact amount, 60 grand? We're 60 grand, and that's more of an operating. We usually take that and apply it to programming, the children's and family programming and the on-stage programming. And then the Cultural Spaces is a large grant for betterments for the building, so is Celebrate 150.
Okay. What was the 60,000 for again?
It's the Heritage Grant, and we
Heritage
put that
Grant.
towards family programming and on-stage programming.
Okay. I know this question has been asked in the past, and I apologize for having to ask it again, but can you remind Council of the percentage or the dollar amount that the region contributes to the Centre in the Square?
The region? Mm-hmm. It's 0, I believe.
The region does give us a grant.
Oh,
but
it does? Okay. My apologies.
They give us a grant to do community ticketing only. So that means that we take in, I believe it's somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000, but we give that out in tickets to organizations like Hope Springs and some of those other smaller charities that need assistance to get people to forget about their illnesses.
Ah, okay. So it's actually it's like a charitable donation flowing through you to Hope Springs or any of the organizations that you're giving tickets to.
Yeah,
correct.
There's no operating. It's just...
Right. I guess I'd like to equate it to what I was just saying on flow through, but it isn't that it's going to Hope Springs so that they can generate revenue off of it. It's literally just a charitable donation. Okay. I kind of recollect that it was 0. And this is probably a moot point to ask you this question, but I am assuming that you appear before Regional Council on a regular basis, or is that just sort of we've been there, done that, and checked that off our list?
It's largely the latter, been there, done that. The response has been the Centre in the Square is owned by the City of Kitchener, and the region does not contribute to its operation.
Okay, all right. I think the pressure needs to be applied through the mayor then as a regional councillor. Thank you very much.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Yeah, I just want to go back to when I was asking you some of the questions, because Bruce, I was under the impression when you said if you didn't need the extra $50,000, just as the number I was using, that would come back to the city. Is that not the case now? Because I thought that's what I heard you say when I was asking you my questions earlier.
When you asked the question, I said if that did transpire, that would be something, since the city is giving it to us, yes, but my answer to the mayor was we won't know that until late in the year.
Right.
And it would more than likely impact what we're standing here looking for in 2017, a year from now.
Okay. I'd like to give the direction that Mr. Chapman's asked for, or at least get it in an issue paper, or however you want to bring that forward for final budget day, that purely if the transitional costs are not needed, that those would end up being kept by the city or repaid back to the city and put back into the tax stabilization reserve fund. So I'd like to see that on final budget day.
So through the chair, we'll craft an issue paper on that. It may have two options for you to consider, and we'll circulate that to Centre in the Square staff and Mr. Gordon as well for their feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. Just on that point then, if Mr. Gordon, if I could, I'm trying to remember, there is definitely a board meeting before, a Centre in the Square board meeting before final budget day, so we could get some direction from the board on that issue paper.
Correct.
And Mr.
There's
Chapman,
a board meeting December the 9th, by the way. That's not being pushed off very far.
Okay, Mr. Chapman, is it possible to have that by December the 9th for the board? Okay, thank you. Councillor Schneider?
Thank you, Chair Davey. Just more comments. Bruce, I just, again, really want to thank you for your leadership. If we go back a year from where we were to where we are, and I've known of you from your days at Manulife through some charitable events, and being at these events and hearing the employees there speak highly of you and appreciative of you. It takes a very special person to do what you've been able to accomplish. We now have a Centre in the Square, the Symphony, the Art Gallery, all in harmony with a we're in this together type of attitude. And it's very inspiring. It gives us a lot of confidence going forward. So thank you for all that hard work and all the partners involved in that as well. And to you, Rob, when we went on our tour to see some of the capital needs of the Centre in the Square, it was very apparent to me that you know every centimeter of the Centre in the Square and you love every centimeter of the Centre in the Square. And you have a huge passion for the programming that goes on in the Centre in the Square and for the experience of those attending it. So I really thankful for having you two in the positions that you are. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I would echo Councillor Schneider's comments, and I would say that I'm more optimistic of the Centre in the Square's direction now than I think I have been my entire time on council. I just want to clarify my earlier comments and the question about profitability. I don't want to set any unrealistic expectations. I know there's very little chance of that happening in probably at least the 3 or 4 year time frame. And in fact, I expect transitional funding from the city for at least 2 or 3 years. I just wanted to highlight the point that, you know, I think it's not impossible in that 4 or 5, 6 year time frame that there is some surplus, and when and if that does occur, that will come back in half to the city of Kitchener. Last comment, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I would just like to follow up. Mr. Chapman is going to be preparing a report, but this whole issue of transition, the board has spent a lot of time dealing with it, and it's not a choice of theirs. It's because we're really dealing with a calendar year and a fiscal year, and it's the fact that in the entertainment business, they have to make arrangements so far ahead that it's really difficult to get through it without there were a lot of unknown costs and things. So the point that you made, that this transition will in all likelihood carry on for more than just the 1 year, and Mr. Chapman needs to deal with that when he's preparing his report.
Very good. There are no further questions. Thank you kindly for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Haggie?
Next is Kitchener Public Library. So they have a simple slide, and there are representatives from KPL here to discuss their budget, which is very straightforward, I would point out.
There isn't a whole lot of information on this slide, so that's a good thing. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chair Davey, for inviting us to present, and I'd like to take this opportunity just to say a few words since I'm new to the Kitchener Public Library. I've had an opportunity to meet many of you in various other events and situations, and I really appreciate this opportunity to meet everyone here as a council. So thank you for that. I've only been the CEO for 6 months, so but that doesn't mean I don't have a relationship with Kitchener Public Library. I was on the board for many years, a few years ago as well. And since that time, while I'm a professional librarian, I've spent most of my career in the technology space, specifically for public libraries. So what that has allowed me to do over all these years is really, I've been in hundreds, literally hundreds of public libraries throughout North America. And what that allowed me to do is really see libraries with a different lens. And when this opportunity to lead the Kitchener Public Library arose, I thought it was a fabulous time, transitional time for Kitchener, for the library, and of course with the new central library building, it is just a fantastic, I think, time for the city. You know, with that lens, I think I bring a different perspective than some, I would say, librarians who have worked within libraries all those years. And I think my vision is sort of threefold, if I can call it that. First of all, it's all about promoting the library, our services, and what we can offer our communities in a new way. I think that we, within the library profession, think we talk a lot about the library and promote the library, and yet I know and we know from our customer engagement surveys that we need to do a better job at that. So I think going forward you'll see that coming from my team. Engagement in a new way with the community, meaning that while yes, we have beautiful buildings and spaces and we want people to come to our library, you know, we still are probably the best equalizing institution available to all of our community members, meaning that you can walk through our doors and everyone is the same and welcome in the same way. But we have to do more than that. We have to actually go out to our libraries, to our communities and engage in a new way, and whether that's through pop-up libraries, which is basically just showing up and providing a program or talking about some of the programs we do, or engaging with the city, partnering with the city in new ways, and other social services organizations as well. And then thirdly, just to talk a little bit more about partnerships, you know, it's partnerships with the city, it's partnerships with social services and various other community organizations, and also partnerships within our business community. And I think that is something that isn't necessarily as tapped as it could be, and we'll be spending a lot of time looking at that over the next year. So thank you all for your support. I think the staff and I really do understand and appreciate the support that we do receive from Council for our library. We couldn't do it without you, and I look forward to working with you all in the years ahead. So in terms of our budget, you know, it's a tight budget. We really try to adhere and stay within the guidelines, which I think we've done. You know, it wasn't without some sacrifice in terms of obviously cost increase, but we think it's important to adhere to the budget as requested. And with that, I'd like to open the floor up to your questions.
And there are quite a few in the queue here. Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Just a couple of quick questions. Can you tell me how you're doing for this year? Are you within budget? Are you in a surplus position? Or?
For 2015, we are not in a surplus position, but we are within budget, and we anticipate that we are going to be within budget by the end of the year.
Do you have a surplus? An accumulated surplus?
No.
The other question, I was just a philosophical question that I ask all the time, and it deals with what the province contributes to the library system. I notice, like, you have expenditures of $11-12 million, and we only get a couple $100,000 from the library, from the province. Is there any way that that can be increased? Do librarians get together across the province, and do they ever deal with trying to get more support from the province? The province supports an awful lot of things, with a lot of money, but they're really short with our libraries.
Right, I agree. There is an advocacy group within our profession that I would say has really ramped up over the last few years, meaning 2 to 3 years. We do have a series of meetings. We do sort of band together and lobby for more funding. We hope at some point that there will be an increase, as I think certainly we don't anticipate one for 2016, but we do keep lobbying and hope that at some point that will increase.
Yeah. Thank you. I would like to encourage you to keep after the province. I think they should have a little bigger stake in
Thank
our
you.
life.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I'm just more of a comment, and I just wanted to thank Mary and your staff and the board. I think having a meeting with you in the summer and getting a better perspective of where the direction of the KPL is going, and I'm really impressed with the direction. I think it's really interactive, and I think it's more utilize our current facilities even better than what it has in the past, and I'm really encouraged to the direction that it's going. And when look in light of looking at where in the past of where we have with regards to providing funding, and if I recall correctly, really haven't really given you guys as a whole much of an inflationary increase. So I think it's due, and I think it's well deserved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Mary, for coming in and telling us a little bit about your vision. I wonder if you want to provide a couple of quick examples of, in your very short tenure here so far, some of the partnerships you've been able to, see benefit from, or initiatives. Can you tell us a couple examples? I'm thinking about, for example, maybe the lounge or. Yeah.
Sure. So, as many of you know, and I hope you can use all of our libraries, but the Central Library, I think has been such a transformational building for our library, for the community, certainly for this neighborhood and for the downtown area. It really is spectacular. And so one of the elements when I arrived that I thought we could work on was the lounge aspect. And instead of just, of course, literacy is our goal, print literacy, digital literacy, creative literacy, you name it. It's what we do in libraries. But also libraries are a community hub and becoming more and more of a facilitator for that going forward. So one of the things we've done, of course, having the cafe, Hacienda Cafe, moved in a few months ago. It's operated independently. It is fabulous. If you don't get your coffee there, although I know you have a coffee thing here, so I shouldn't really start competing for coffee. But if you have to walk by the library, go get your coffee at the library. Anyway, the coffee is great, and the lounge really changed, I think, the dynamic a little bit. So we've started now, not just with the coffee but in food, but we've started a live music program in the lounge, which means that once a week we have a different musical group. It could be a trio, it can be a singer, it can be, well, it doesn't even have to be music, actually. The ballet is coming. We've partnered with the Registry Theatre. They're giving performances in the lounge, sort of dress rehearsal performances. Once I'm going, sir, you know that. We're moving, we have a grand piano that many people don't even know we own. It's a beautiful piano. So I'm having that moved up to the lounge, and we're going to offer, anyone can play it. We have some requirements. You do have to play the piano, but so we think it'll be very well received. We have adult coloring, and adult coloring is huge. If you didn't know about this, it's the new Zen, where you can sit down and you color these very sophisticated drawings, very relaxing. So you can come up on the by the lounge, have your coffee and do your adult coloring. And I think just on a technical aspect, we implemented Borrow the Internet, which we are the first in Canada to do that. And basically, it's a Wi-Fi device. You can just loan it out like you would loan out a book. And it was really meant and geared for people who don't have access to the internet at home. Students in particular who need to have access can now loan out these devices. They're loanable, typically loanable for a 3-week period. They're not holdable, but we, of course, have asked our staff to use their own discretion. And if somebody, a student in particular, needs a longer loan period, then they can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schneider?
Oh, you brought this up, the adult coloring program. Do you have to stay between the lines? Just to comment, Mary, I've seen firsthand some of the partnerships, especially with the Registry Theatre, but also the excitement that some of our partners like Conestoga College are very excited to be exploring working relationships with KPL and to see the work with the Registry Theatre, how it benefits both organizations. It's really exciting. So thanks for that open mind and that openness to partnering and really benefiting each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, just first a comment and then I'll have a question or maybe more of a request. First of all, I wanted to thank you for the letter and congratulate you on getting your LEED Gold certification for the Central Library project. So I just wanted to thank you for that follow-up and letting us know, so congratulations. One of the things I was hoping that you may be able to touch upon a little was what you talked about in our board meeting 2 meetings ago with regards to, is it the e-books and just the amount that libraries are asked to pay versus the general public. If you can just touch on that so council has some understanding of the increased costs that libraries are requested to pay versus if I were just to purchase the book online myself.
Okay, great. Thanks for that question. So the ebook industry actually it's a North American phenomenon. It's just not a Canadian phenomenon. There are 5 major ebook publishers throughout North America, and their names like Penguin, you would know the names. So they're the big 5. And for their own reasons, they decided that public libraries could cannibalize in some way their sales of ebooks because we would loan an ebook out and they would only get one sale as opposed to multiple sales if they were selling the ebook to all of us here, as an example. So in their wisdom, they decided that public libraries would be charged differently than the average consumer. So I, as a consumer, could buy the latest, greatest ebook, download that for, say, $12.99. That same ebook for public libraries is $85. Not only is it $85, we can only circuit 26 times, and it goes into thin air again. So there is an advocacy movement. Kitchener Public Library, through the board, is supporting this movement. There is a website, we're happy to share it with everyone here on council, that is working very hard to change those pricing models to bring them more in line with what other people would expect and to help us. Ebooks aren't going to go away. Interestingly enough, though, they aren't, I think at one point everyone was wringing their hands. Well, everyone wringing their hands when Google came around. And then ebooks was the next one. Libraries aren't going to survive because now everything's going to be electronic. That isn't happening. It's really interesting because if you look at the print version of any book, the line is kind of going like this. It's not like this. It's kind of slow and steady. It's going like this. Ebooks, starting in, say, 2006, it was like that, and it went just through the ceiling. Well, guess what? As print books are still going like this, ebooks went like that, and now they're plateauing. And so they aren't, the answer to everybody. I'm actually a print person. I love to hold a book, but not everyone is the same. So it is important to offer the service that matches and meets our customer expectations and needs. So it's not going to go away, but we would very much value and encourage your support as we try to work with our publishers to reduce that. And by the way, I have to say, it's not the Canadian publishers, it's the big national publishers that are doing. The Canadian publishers have worked really well with us. Unfortunately, they don't have the titles either.
So not just that, so you've touched upon the overview, but there's times where when a new book comes out and the demand is high, only one reader can be reading that book at a time,
right.
And therefore you have to purchase multiple of that title. So
right.
You're spending a couple $100 or even close to $1,000 on one book.
Correct. That's true. So in order to meet that demand, we have to buy multiple copies, just like we do of a print version. But with the ebook being $85 as an example per item, then of course our budget just can't support the number of copies that we need for the ebook environment. And of course, the whole idea of an ebook is immediacy, right? We all expect, I'll get it on an ebook because I can get it right away and I can take it on my trip. If you go to the library for some of the more popular titles, there's a holds list, it's a waiting list, so you won't get it for 3 months. So what is the point of having an ebook if you have to wait for it? That's my opinion.
So I just want to say, as not only a KPL board member, which we supported the movement that's going forward with the group of libraries, if there's anything from a council perspective that we can do, please reach out to us and we can try and help in any way that we can.
Great, thank you. I might take you up on that.
Thank you, Mayor Vumanovich.
Thanks, and just following up on that, I too want to thank you for all of your efforts since arriving at the library, and including, it's great to have our new coffee shop there, and including the coloring section. For those of you who haven't done it, I'll say it's very relaxing. But having said that, just on that last point, from an advocacy point of view, and if you can, and maybe I'll work with Councillors Galloway, Seelock, and Marsh to get any additional information on it, because it is an item that I can take to our AMO Large Urban Mayors meeting, and perhaps get us to add our voice to the issue, and perhaps between Kelly and Sarah, we can get a motion coming to our council as well to take a position on this, to be supportive of it.
That'd be great. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks, Mary. Sorry I missed a bit of your presentation. You and I met. When we met, we talked about the ebook situation, but we also talked about some programming that you were talking about for PD Days, partnering with the community centre. Mm-hmm. We talked about it for my ward, but I'm sure you've talked about it with all the other councillors. Has that moved forward at all?
Right. So just to give a little bit of background, we talked about expanding the PD days between and partnering between the community centers and libraries, and trying to create and develop a more full day service. Right now, I would say that we are missing the mark a little bit on that, both within libraries and the community centers. So since we spoke, we haven't actually been able to do it, but it is still on the table. We're still talking about it, and we're working with the school boards, community centers, and of course library staff to try and do something in 2016.
Okay. I mean, certainly if there's anything I can do with my community center and the library are in one building, and I would really like to see that move forward. I think there's a great gap, as you've identified,
right,
on those days for families to find appropriate programming for their children. So I think it could be a revenue generator, but it also brings more people both to the community center and to the libraries during the daytime. So
thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. There are no further questions. I too was actually going to ask about the ebook situation. It does sound a little bit ridiculous when you think about it. I'm sorry that all of our ebooks are signed out. Wait a minute, they're not a physical thing. Thank you very much for your presentation coming in.
Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Haggie.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I'll be taking the balance of the presentation, presenting the rest of the slides. Does Council want to get up and do one of these for 10
I
seconds?
think council does, yes. So
I don't know if I want you awake or asleep, but, you know.
We'll take 5 minutes, guys. Good. All right, Mr. Hagee, let's continue.
All right. So the next few slides we're going to be looking at deal with the tax-supported operating budget, and then the balance of the presentation deals with enterprises. The first slide that we have up on the screen on 57 shows net expenditure by department, and it roughly breaks down into thirds. You can see about a third of the budget goes to fund the infrastructure services department, a third to community services, and a third to everything else. There are more details provided by division within the budget package, and you can find that information on pages 12 to 14, and it breaks down the budget by division into Schedule 1 format, which is what we use for variance reporting. Next is about the base levy. And for this year, the base levy is about $109 million. So that means that the value of 1% is approximately $1.1 million. So as we're talking about what 1% on the tax rate it means, for the city's budget, it's about $1.1 million. For the average homeowner, it's about $10.50, and that assumes assessment growth, or sorry, an assessed value of the home of $280,000. Assessment growth is something we've already discussed a bit this morning, and it represents new tax revenue generated by new development. This graph shows assessment growth over the last 10 years. As you can see, it was very high a number of years ago, but over the last 5 years or so has been between 2 and this year's value of 1.29%. The chart says 1.25, but as we've already discussed, we expect the final number is going to be a little bit higher than that. I would note that 1.29%, if that's where we finally end up, would be the lowest number that we've seen over the last 10 years. But as you can see from the graph, it's kind of indicative of where we're ending up over the recent number of years. You'll see in a future slide that we have a long-range projection of assessment growth of 1.25%, but that may need to be amended depending on the trend lines we see and information we get from MPAC. Slide 60 breaks down the tax rate increase into different expenses and revenues. About 3/4 of the way down the slide, you'll see the green line that says total before arm's length organizations. And that is 0.93%. So essentially everything above that line is what's within the city's control. The items that followed and just after that are the organizations that are outside of the city administration control. And the investment into those organizations in 2016 are 0.57%. So if we take the 0.93%, 0.57% gets us to our bottom line tax rate increase of 1.5%. I'll take council back up to the top of the chart. And you can see that the largest proportion of city costs going up deal with compensation in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's for annualization of positions that were approved during last year's budget, or increases because of negotiated contracts and cost of living adjustments. Those are by far the largest increase on the city side of things. The only other area to note on the expense side are utilities and taxes, which is the line just underneath the compensation numbers. So earlier, Mr. Chapman noted that there was not broad-based increase for all costs within the tax-supported budget, but increases were really limited to compensation and utilities. And the proof's in the pudding, if you want to think of it that way. Here on this slide, you can see that the increases really are limited to those areas within the city's costs. The final slide of this section deals with the 10-year tax rate projection. And if you go to the very bottom of the slide, you can see that the tax rate increase over the next 10 years is anticipated to be within the 1.5% to 2.5% range. The top half of the slide deals with growth items or operating costs that will come on because of capital facilities. And so each year, staff review the capital budget and the operating costs that will be coming on because of some of those. So if we're adding a new facility or a new program in the capital budget, it may require an operating contribution in a future year. So the timing of these costs match up with when the facility or when the capital project is within the capital budget. And each year staff review the operating cost assumptions, and we revise and refine as we get closer, we get better designs on what the facilities will look like, those types of things, and we refine the operating figures year after year. So that's the costs in the top half of the slide are really thousands of dollars. It's in dollars that will be coming into the operating budget because of capital budget or growth items. The second section is just under the midway point, and those are really deal with ongoing assumptions that we have within the budget. So this is where we see the ongoing assessment growth figure of 1.25%. That assumption is over the next 10 years. Underneath it, we see base inflation of 2.5%. That's an assumption that's based on a 5-year average and was updated during last year's budget process at the request of council. And finally, there's strategic initiatives. So there's a notional amount of 0.5% that's been put aside for strategic investments into either new programs or expanding programs. It's not defined as to what that might be, but it's just a placeholder that would be considered during each budget year for adding new programming. The only other line that's on here before you get to the final budget line is the EDIF line. So while EDIF, the program is complete, the financing of it is not. And so there's debt that still has been issued and is still being paid off, and we see some of that debt maturing starting in 2020. And that maturing of the very first debt that was issued for EDIF comes off the books in 2020 and causes a tax rate reduction of 0.75%. You see that carried on over all years of the forecast here. And so when all of the debt is finally paid off from EDIF in 2029, that line will no longer be on this slide. Before moving on, so as I said, that's the last portion for the tax-supported budget. I would note that there is an issue paper for the constituency assistant that's a tax-supported item. It's not referenced anywhere as it was added late to the package. It's the very final page in the operating package, 097. So if there's a desire to discuss it with council, I would suggest that it's appropriate before we move on to anything else.
Okay, very good. So recap then. So we're discussing questions or discussing the pages we just dealt with, plus page 097, that's the additional constituency assistant. If anyone would like to comment, we would do that now. First is Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Yeah, my question just comes back to assessment growth. And I'm specifically looking on page 060 for the change detail. I'm just wondering if we're projecting 1.25, there it only says it's 1.23. Is there a reason for that?
It's simply a mathing when we add, in this slide, when we take the 1.25% and add it, the base, the denominator, gets bigger. And so when we take that, the revenue that's generated by assessment growth, which is 1.25% new revenue on the old base, when you take that number and divide it by the new base, it's 1.23%. So it's simply just a function of math.
Is there any way we can bump that up to, like, make it 1.25%? And I know it changes the bottom line minimally, but...
We can't. So you'll see here the number is 1351. Mm-hmm. The number over here is also 1351. So the actual dollars that we're applying are exactly the same. It's just the number that we're dividing it by is different, and that's the only difference.
Right. So we have no ability, because it's a projection, to change that number. So the 1.35 million. We have no ability to change that number at all.
So, sorry, it will be bigger, so that number will be larger because assessment growth, we believe, is actually going to land on 1.29%. Mm-hmm. So the 1351 number will be slightly larger than that come final budget day, but that's the $40,000 that we've already discussed a little here this morning.
And it will no longer be a projection at that point.
Correct. It will be a final number for final budget day.
Do we not use the assessment growth that we get in that year for that year?
We use the assessment growth we're getting
this year
now
for next year?
Correct. Because it's new to us this year. It comes into effect for next year's budget.
Okay. And then I'm just wondering, within that projection, we will have at least a few buildings opening up that are pretty significant, including a subdivision that I have in my area that's growing like rapid fire, like 400 homes in 1 year. Have we taken any? I know where we're landing this year, but with the building next door opening up in the next year, did we take any of that into account with this projection? Understanding that typically we go 1.25 across the board, did we look at any site specific that may increase that throughout the year? Or is that only going to affect next year?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, so that $1,351,000 number will be a final known number. So when we get the final assessment roll, that's a firm number that we'll bill next year based on. In terms of this projection, we largely rely on MPAC because they're closest to the building permit data to help us with the forecast. They've been saying for some time we should be closer to 1%. We're fortunate, I think, this year to be above 1.29%, but in the long term, they're saying 1% is a good planning number. So I think there's risk in assuming that number will go higher. We're seeing lots of things work against us. One of the things we've seen that's been a major drag on assessment growth is condo conversions. So as we have multi-residential buildings convert to condo units, in many cases they're not becoming condos, it's just a change in the ownership structure. We're seeing declines in assessments. So as much as there is positive, there are negative factors as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I think that's my only questions on this section. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Unesky.
Thank you, Mr. Hagee, for your presentation here. Page 060. And the top salaries and wages for the COLA for the fire department. I'm trying to understand that. I know we've made a settlement with the firefighters in terms of offers, and of course it goes to arbitration, and it takes like a year or 2 years before the final decision is made or an award is presented. The figures that you have here, is that something that was settled back in 2014 and 2015, and now we're paying for it as in 2016 dollars as back pay? Is that the way that's understood, or is this for the future? I'm not a little lost here.
So the figure that's shown here does not deal with past. Every year we budget for what we believe will be an increase in fire if we don't have a settlement. So we make an assumption as to what will be awarded or what will finally be settled, and that's the figure you see here. All of the previous contract, we did that every year, and we had set aside that funding, and that's been done. It's completely settled. It's done in the books. It was finalized as of last year.
Now you're saying the funding's been set aside the figure that the city's offering, or set aside what the fire department wants?
Mr. Chapman?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have a contract with the fire service that expired at the end of 2014, so we're presently actively in negotiations with the Fire Association. So I would suggest that any discussion of what we're assuming, providing for, or negotiating would be best left in caucus, given we're at the table right now with the Fire Association.
Well, I question that only because that was already discussed back a year ago, and it's already been public because they went to arbitration. So I'm just trying to understand that it's something that's been.
That was last year, though. You can discuss last year's budget.
Well, that's what I'm discussing, because isn't that being carried forward into 2016 to cover that, or is that already
That's been paid for. That was paid for in 2015.
So we fully provided for the old contract up until the end of 2014. We have no contract for 2015 presently. We've made assumptions in the 2015 budget around that. Similarly, we're making assumptions in the 2016 budget, but we do not have a contract as of yet.
Okay. Next question I have on the next page deals with the base rate of inflation. I was going to question why it's 2.5%, but then you indicated it's a five-year average over the last 5 years, I guess, basically. Is it really that high?
Correct.
I thought it'd be like maybe 1.5% or something like that.
So this represents the base inflation figure that has been presented on this slide for the last 5 years. It's not CPI inflation, so I don't want to confuse the issues. That it's not related to CPI inflation.
That's what I thought it was.
It is this. It's what the city's base inflation increase and what the pressures have been on the city's base budget over the last 5 years.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you for that clarification. And the last one is the Economic Development Investment Fund. Notice for the years 27, 18, and 19, there's no figure in there, and I didn't quite catch that, why there is no figure, even though there's a negative figure for subsequent years.
So through the chair, all of the EDIF debt has been issued to date.
Right.
None of it has completely matured yet. And so the first year that it completely matures is 2020. And then it will continue to mature for the next 10 years.
2028.
So 29 will be the final year that there is any EDIF debt payment made.
Okay, so none of this stuff is matured for the next 3 years then?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thanks. Can you give me an example of some of these strategic initiatives that you're talking about that we have this line percentage for?
Sure. So through the chair, last year there were some strategic initiatives that were approved by council. There was the e-participation as part of open government. There was a HR health and safety position. I believe there was something about trees, those types of things. So those are the types of things that have come forward in recent years. Again, like I said, we don't have anything specific for 2017, but council has approved a strategic plan that may require some additional staffing or those types of things, and it would be from that funding that any additional positions or program expansions would come from.
Okay. Thanks for the reminder. As soon as you said e-participation, I remembered all those issue papers. There is a danger then, in a way, in putting that money, in approving a strategic plan, because we're putting away 50.5%, which would equate
roughly
to
$500,000.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Yay, I was right. That we have that, we constantly have that pool to go to, really, then that's a go-to pool. We can continue creating all kinds of strategic initiatives in a way.
So I would suggest it's shown here as a projection.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, there would have been 0.5% shown for this year's budget, and you'll notice there's no strategic initiatives being suggested by staff.
Okay, so where is that money, that $500,000? I mean, that money is set aside, right?
It is not.
It is
just, not. Staff are bringing forward nothing because 1.5% seemed like we believe that was kind of where council, the upper end of where council would want to be. We didn't think that adding another 0.5% and coming forward with a 2% budget would be palatable to this council based on previous experience.
Okay, sorry, Ryan, you kind of lost me there for a second. Last year we did put in the 0.5% in our budget. Right?
So, sorry, if on final budget day last year, when we were looking at this slide for 2016, it would have shown that we had a 0.5% projected for the 2016 budget to come forward as strategic initiatives. When we were putting for, talking about budget strategy, we decided that that was kind of a non-starter this year, given the tax rate increase. And in essence, council's already decided that funding for this year, if you think of the investment in arm's length organizations, the Centre in the Square, the Waterloo Region Economic Development Corporation, and the library, those total 0.57%.
Right.
And so in essence, we said, council's already decided what that funding is for this year, and it's to go to arm's length organizations, not to the city.
Gotcha.
Mr. Chapman, to add?
And just to add, I don't think in my 11 years we've actually ever set aside that provision. It's simply a placeholder to say in our forecast, we know that at some point you may want to create a new program, introduce a new service, do something under the strategic plan. So we're showing what the impact would be of doing that. In reality, we've never set aside that funding. It simply becomes something that you add to budget because it's important enough to build new funding in.
Okay, but would it equate to a strategic initiative reserve fund then? If we were to, you've built it into the budget. If we were to put that in every year, is that what it would equate to?
If you were to do that, yes, that's never been done. So all I would say right now, looking at that forecast, what that's saying is you've got a new strategic plan. There's a lot of ambition in that strategic plan. So let's say you move forward with a proposal to plant 1 million trees and you really want to increase your spending on reforestation. Conceivably, that's the kind of provision you need to make to fund those sorts of initiatives. It's purely theoretical at this point.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. The 109 for the Dune Pioneer Park Community Center in 2017, is that the completed edition? Is that the funding there for, like, I know last year we saw there was money put aside for the business case in the beginning of the plan. Is 109 the complete edition?
Yes. So it's not the total funding to run that facility, it's what extra is needed because the property is being expanded, or the facility is being expanded.
Mr. May, to add? Do click you on there?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, this is the operating impact of operating a larger facility. It's not the capital cost.
I'm sorry. Thank you. See, I'm so used to doing capital first that I'm thinking capital. Sorry about that. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense now. I'm thinking, wow, we're getting a good deal on that addition.
Yeah, I believe the cost is...
Must be you doing it, Michael May.
The cost for that addition is more in the, I think, $2 to $3 million range.
Right, that makes a bit more sense. Okay, just going to the EDIF debt, that will be fully paid out in 2029. But I've just looked to our reserve, and I did raise this the other day when we were talking about economic development, that we have $9 million in the reserve. And when I looked at the general balances, the general account, we have $11 million. Help me understand why we have so much money in that economic development account, and is there a way we can use some of that money against what? Question mark. Can we use that money for something? Let's put it that way.
So I believe you're talking about the existing capital balance, correct? In one part.
Exactly.
So that is the funding that is set aside to pay the EDIF debt this year. We have not paid it. As of the timing when we ran that report, we had not actually made the payment. We will by the end of the year. So by the end of the year, that balance will be zero or next to zero.
The general account?
The existing capital balance for the EDIF debt payment will go to zero by the end of the year.
Okay.
And so that will just fund our commitment for the debt payment that needs to be made this year. As far as the Economic Development Reserve Fund, being able to use that to fund EDIF debt, or to pay that down. The way that municipal debt works is it's a fixed contract. It's not like an open mortgage. So even if we came into a windfall of $100 million, we cannot pay off that EDIF debt early.
Okay.
It's fixed, it's closed. We know what those costs are, and we're projecting a decline starting in 2020. But we would not be able to pay that off early, even if we wanted to.
Okay.
Your
I may
time
have,
has
yep,
expired.
I may have further questions on that later. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
I just have a few questions on 60. Last week, some members of council approved the hiring of a new director. Is that person in here somewhere?
Through the chair, yes, they're funded through. It would either come from here or the increased cost in the utility rates, I believe, is how the financial implications were said, that it was.
So, okay, so it was included in these figures.
Correct. There's
In the
no
budget-
additional budget impact because of that decision.
Yeah, there could have been less, right? No. I was expecting debt charges to decrease a little bit. They're not? Like, were we increased with EDIF gone and all that, would our debt charges not go down a little bit? Like on page 60, you're showing them going up a little bit.
Colin, can you? I can't go forward or back. I don't know if this died. Yeah, we'll go there. As we've talked about before, the EDIF debt charges don't have a decreasing impact until 2020. Our capital investment philosophy says that debt charges will go up by, I believe it's the rate of inflation plus assessment growth. There's a maximum increase that can happen to debt charges, and that's the amount that they do go up each year. So even though rates are lower, our capital philosophy says that the actual amount of debt charges would go up by a fixed amount.
Can you tell me what are payments in lieu of taxes? What's our actual figure for this year?
Payments in lieu, this year we were expecting about $3.5 million. So we were projecting a surplus of $255,000, but part of that is a back payment for the Region's transit facility. It got assessed this year, but they owed PILs for this year, last year, and the year previous. So there's a bit of a lump payment in that 255 figure.
Okay, that's you're showing here 115,000 increase.
Correct.
I was hoping it would be higher than that.
No, that's the kind of the ongoing regular.
It takes into account everything.
Correct.
Do we not know whether there'll be new stuff coming on board next year that make a substantial difference?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, we don't believe for next year, although you had asked a question, I believe, when the variance report came forward around light rail transit, and I've sent an email out to council since, so we do expect that we will see increases in PILs for the transit infrastructure, station areas, and transit hub, but not in time for 2016, obviously. So that will be the next big lift we would expect for PILs.
All right. The other figure I'm interested in is what is their investment income expected to be by the end of this year, for this year?
Investment income, the surplus projected.
You're budgeting 3.95, no, what, 1.95. What is the actual for this year?
We are projecting
2.175 or 2.215.
Well, then why aren't we using that in our projection?
This year we expected the rate drop would happen in March. It didn't happen until June, and we locked in on some favorable investments before that happened. Those are going to be maturing late this year or early next year, so the rates that we're going to see on renewals are considerably lower. They will now have that 0.25% drop.
So you won't make the 2.1 million that we made this year?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing. Pardon me. Not seeing any. Councillor Gazzola, do you have another question? Okay. No further questions to Hagee. Please continue.
I think I need a new battery in my clicker, so we may need a little pause while we
no problem.
do some technical changes.
Okay, we will actually, Councillor Ioannidis had a question on the 097 issue paper, the constituency assistant. Councillor Ioannidis.
Okay, I just want to recollect, because I don't have it in my budget package, the 97. It was sent separately.
It's sent separately, yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it was sent out with a council package about a week ago.
Yeah, I think I recall. I just didn't put it together. So, so in other words, this is the time if I want to put this forward to be looked at over as holistically throughout the operating budget.
You could comment on it, but we wouldn't vote on it until final budget day.
Okay, but so it's in here. That's all I wanted to confirm.
It's in the budget package. It's not in the budget though.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder if we could have an issue paper on that.
So
bring it back for final budget day, what the impact and everything that would be.
Yeah, we have that. It's on the issue paper.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want it included in the final budget package?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. So if you could re-include, I guess, the sheet in the final budget package to ensure it isn't missed, I guess, is that okay? I'm uncertain. As a matter of fact. Okay. And Councillor Gazzola? Sorry, Chair. Councillor Ioannidis, you're. Go ahead.
So when we're looking at the issue papers, is there other items that I can add for additional items to be looked at this moment, or?
For yes, I guess depending on if it's related to something that's coming later on, I would suggest you wait until then. If it's
it's not really coming later on. It's just an issue about dealing with the EAB, Emerald Ash Borer, and I've just been the impact that it's had so far in my ward and throughout the city. I just wanted to know if we can get recirculated on what the previous report is and what the update is on that, and whether or not I want to see where that is at today, where that program is today, because I may want to put some additional funding in that, depending on where we are as a whole.
Okay, Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, that's a capital program, so what I'd suggest is we'll try and have staff here next week with that update, so when you're reviewing the capital forecast, we can give you the status.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the reminder on the budget paper. I was not I was late for the council committee meeting that discussed that position. I know that when we went through the review with the staff who were looking at the office of the mayor and council, that I know myself and a number of us had indicated that we would actually even consider a reduction in the amount of staff that we had there. And so this issue paper is actually going in a different direction. It's adding staff. felt somewhat like what happens often in public engagement. Our message never gets through there. I just want to be noted that I'm not in favor of that. I don't. As I said, and actually we're at a somewhat of a crossroads now in that there is a position that is empty in the mayor's office. Are we intending to refill that, or is this this amount here going to be in lieu of that? That's a question. I'm not
Ms.
sure
Miller?
who it's for.
Through the chair, the intention is to refill that position. And this...
In addition to this new position.
That's correct.
Yeah. Right. Okay, there's very little I can say other than that. I'm not in favor of it. I don't... I feel it's an unnecessary expenditure on the public at this time.
Okay. And Councillor Etherington?
Through you, Mr. Chair, could I ask why we would not, in light of what is happening, why we would not combine these two positions? The new proposed one and the one that is vacant at the moment?
Through the chair, the staff is not actually recommending to create this position. The audit actually recommended that we take a look at the potential to use co-op interns and that sort of thing to fill the position. It's my suggestion that it's probably premature to fill this or to create this particular position, because I think there is a real opportunity before us to take a look at the mandate of the Office of the Mayor and Council, which is another thing that was brought forward through the audit, that we need to review that and really understand and define what it is that they do, because there may be some potential efficiencies that come out of an operational review like that.
Thank you, I think.
Councillor Fernandez?
Oh, sorry. Were you finished? Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Miller. That's exactly what myself and I think a number of other councillors are thinking. You, I think, have read the audit correctly, and the general consensus feeling, sorry, not consensus, general feeling that a review is in order. So I would like to strongly encourage that. I think that's wonderful that you're looking at that. I appreciate that very much.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I just quickly wanted to say that I appreciate where staff are coming from, and I hear them. But right at this point, if it's ever time to look at something like this, it is within the context of the budget and having the budget in front of us. So I think it's important for us to continue to move it along in the process. Whether or not at the end of the day it gets approved by the majority council, that will be on final budget day. But I think at this point, because it has been raised and brought forward as an issue paper, it's important to continue it in the process and see where it falls on final budget day.
Okay, I have no comment on that issue, so we will continue. Mr. Haggie. Sure. Okay, quickly, Councillor Gazzola, please.
No one has asked that it be removed from their discussions. Pardon?
Sorry, Councillor Gazzola, could you repeat your comment?
I just want to make it firm that no one has asked that it be removed from our discussions. A number of us have added comments, and that's it. It's still on the table.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
It was not intended towards anybody. That was purely my opinion of why that it should move forward. So it was just my opinion. It was nothing towards anybody else in any of their comments that they've brought forward.
Okay, very good. Let's continue. Mr. Haggie.
Sure. So the remainder of the day we'll be talking about enterprise operating budgets. And again, to remind council, these are enterprises that the city runs that are not supported by taxes, but instead are supported by their own rates. Before we talk about any one individually, I just want to do a pause and have a little bit of overview of the financial position and the ability to pay dividend to the tax base. 5 of the city's enterprises are currently, at the end of 2015, sitting in a deficit position. Those are shown on the right-hand side of the chart on this graph. So you can see golf, parking, water, sanitary, and storm are all projected to be in a deficit position at the end of the year. And this is a problem. The 5-year budget models for these enterprises have a positive plan to get them back to a break-even position, but it's important that Council affirms this plan and to make these enterprises viable in the long term, essentially making sure that the rates that are paid for these enterprises support the business done by those enterprises. Looking at dividends, 3 of the city's 7 enterprises can and in fact do pay a dividend to the city, and those are shown on the top row of the chart. So gas, golf, and parking can and in fact do pay a dividend to the city. Of note is that 2 of these enterprises are currently in a deficit position. So golf and parking are paying a dividend to the tax base even though they have an accumulated loss from previous operations. While we have concerns with this practice, we understand that there may not be an appetite to reduce or remove that dividend, as it would have an impact on the tax base. So while the dividends may continue, under no circumstances should they be increased for these enterprises. Finally, I just draw Council's attention to the bottom point on the slide. There are enterprise overviews that have been included in this year's package. We started them last year. They made their debut last year. And they just provide some high-level information about what the enterprises do, who their customers are, and how they benchmark versus comparators. And these are starred on page 015 in the operating package. So for each of the enterprises I'll review, we'll have a slide with text on it, and we'll just look at some of the highlights for those enterprises before we move to the numbers. And staff from each of the enterprises will be here to answer more detailed questions. First off is golf, which is experiencing stability in its membership and has some increase in some of the offerings that they have, some of their special offerings that they have provided. As noted before, golf does pay a dividend to the city, and the amount of that dividend is meant to approximate the property taxes and the income taxes that the city's golf courses generate, and those are coming back to the city in the form of a dividend. And this is this amount is set and agreed to by a level playing field agreement with the golf industry. The dividend cannot be increased as there's no new revenue from which to pay. You'll notice that golf is expected to remain in a deficit when we get to the number slide over all years of the forecast. It will be improving once in 2021 when all of the debt or a portion of the debt that they're currently paying will be completely paid off. So we've talked on the EDIF slide how some of the EDIF debt is maturing, and that will see a benefit to the tax rate. We'll see that as well, not within this 5-year window, but starting in the next year, in year 5, that there will be a decrease in the debt that the golf courses have to pay, and that the deficit in golf will be reduced. So looking at the numbers, you'll see there are no significant changes in the golf budget for any of the years. You'll see revenues are expected to be fairly stable for each year of the forecast, and expenses are expected to be stable in each year of the forecast. About halfway down the slide, you'll see the excess deficit of revenue over expenses line, and that's essentially the bottom line in your result. So revenues minus expenses gets you that line. And you can see that for most years of the forecast, golf is just expected to break even. If you go to the bottom line, you'll see, toward the bottom, you'll see the stabilization reserve fund, that it continues in deficit, to have a deficit balance in all years of the forecast. But as I mentioned before, it will improve starting in 2021 when some of the debt matures. Those are all my comments on golf, and Ms. Kugler is here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Can you tell me what the assessed value, this is probably something for the finance department. Can you tell me what the assessed value of our golf courses are? You may not be able to tell me today, but does Impact provide us with information?
Through the chair, I don't know what it is now, but when we did the calculation on what the dividend should be, we did have either an assessed value or an approximated value for it that we used.
I wonder if you could just provide that for us.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you. On the golf side of it, how does our course, I'm not a golfer, so I can't answer this. But how do our courses compare to Push Lynch and Elmira?
So to answer your question, we are comparable. Elmira is slightly a little higher priced. Push Lynch is right in line with where we are in our fees. And from membership numbers and from other operating experiences for the customer, I would say that we're a little higher than Push Lynch in the surveys that we receive from our golfers, and we're probably equal with Elmira.
Yeah, what I was after, more so than what we're charging, is what's the condition and what's the beauty of our course compared to them.
So in comparison, from the feedback that we get from our customers, they would rank the experience at Kitchener Golf between Rockaway and Dune as higher than Push Lynch and equal with Elmira.
Because you've got a much better product.
Yes, and the experience that's happening with Dune, there was recently an article that will be put out by Bill Johns related to his experience playing Dune, and he's talked very positively about how the maturity of the new playing area has improved and the conversations of the experience of the golfer is also improved.
So why don't we charge more?
There's a fine threshold on what you can charge, and we're doing well with where we are right now.
Well, shouldn't we be at least able to charge what Push Lynch and Elmira charge?
We are in line with Push Lynch.
Well, you're below it.
We're not, because of the specials that they offer. Their rack rate is, but it's like the hotels. When you go into a hotel, they'll have on the back of a door it's $210, but their average rate that they're charging is actually lower than what we're charging on average.
Well, we should try to get up with Elmira. Can you tell me what are we doing with golf carts that we're increasing the expenditures for golf carts?
So our golf carts are actually, the way that golf is going is that majority of our golfers now are enjoying the experience, either for the physical challenges of aging knees and hips, or for the experience of being able to take a beverage and a burger with them in the cart. So our carts are really viable to our operation and the experience, and we're making sure that we have operating carts that are in good condition and that are available to our golfers when they're out there.
Yeah, but shouldn't they pay for themselves? So shouldn't that, like if we've been getting along with 45,000, shouldn't we be able to, if they're going to be used more, increase the number and keep them better and charge the same and break even?
To answer your question as far as the golf carts, the reason for the varying amounts is that helps us. We actually do fund from the revenues that we make at the golf course. All of the carts, they are not part of the fleet purchase. They're actually purchased by the golf course and they're paid for. So we amortize based on the life cycle of the carts, and we put dollars into that so that we have them there when we need to purchase or replace our carts.
So does any money go into our general operations from the golf cart?
Yes, they do. It's in our revenue line.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Yeah, I'm just, I don't know that this question's ever been asked, or at least I don't remember it. I understand why the dividend transfer back to the city has to happen in lieu of the property taxes. But does that agreement contemplate us having a reserve fund that is completely unbalanced for a number of years? Is there anything that we can look into to see if we can gift back that $75,000 to try and get us out of deficit quicker? Is there anything that has been looked at with that respect?
I'll speak briefly, and there was a review done when we first looked at sort of the golf operation, and initially when the 1 year we had the ability to transfer some funds, so we did reduce that debt that had grown over the years based on the dividends that had previously been paid to the city. I think that to stabilize the tax base, $75,000 is a reasonable amount for us to return. And we know that we'll be able to start chipping away on that debt as our payment in the capital program in 2021 comes off of the books.
Mr. Chapman?
All I would offer on that point is that this agreement came out of an OMB settlement, I believe, with the City of Cambridge when we were looking at the Dune expansion. But that's 15 years ago now, and so we've been honoring that agreement ever since. If Council ever wanted to set its mind to whether or not that agreement should be end dated, terminated, we could revise the approach. I think that would be a legal question. We'd have to look into it. So for now, we've been honoring the intent of that agreement, which was no cross-subsidization between golf and the tax base. It doesn't mean to say that we couldn't look into it. At this point, there's been no rationale to do that.
And if we had an interest in just looking at that, is that something you need a motion around, or is that just direction we can give you, maybe even outside of the budget process?
I think if there was interest on the part of Council to go back and just look at what that agreement said, that's an easy thing for us to do. That we could take that direction today. That's the first level of analysis, and then if you wanted to go deeper, that could be more complex, but we can certainly brush off the old agreement and look at what the provisions were around end dates and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind giving that direction. Obviously, it may not inform this year's budget, but it could inform budgets moving forward. So I would ask for that.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thanks. Kim, in the overview of the golf courses, you mentioned, sorry, I lost it now, cross-country skiing and hiking, which is an absolute boom in the previous winters, may not be so much this year. I realize that it may not be viable to have the kitchen open all the time during the week, but is there any thought to providing sort of an amenity space? I know that we use it for special occasions, but an amenity space on the weekends where people could come in and get hot chocolate, food. I've done that a lot when cycling the Walter Bean Trail and all that. Maybe we need to be sort of promoting another avenue. I mean, it's a wonderful, amazing green space. Has there been any thought around that? And can we generate, not that I want to start charging cross-country skiers and walkers, nobody says I want to do that, or cyclists. But, I've stopped a number of times now on my bike routes at Dune for lunch and for drinks. And is there something we can do about that?
Sure. So currently we're trying to piggyback on the green space that's there for the duration when the golf season's on. So we are looking to be included as part of the bike trail maps, as well as looking at ways of reaching out to their network and communicating specials or offers. We're also trying to look at when they're doing some of their open houses to house them at the golf courses. As far as the winter goes, it is on our list of items to look at. We're kind of going at it a little slower, and partly because what we don't want to do is our threshold of where we are in balancing our budget is very thin. So we're trying to make sure that we actually have the revenues to support not only the operation, but the man hours that we'll need for the plowing and the clearing and some of the administrative pieces. But we are looking for those one-off, and we're definitely working with groups. So if there's an opportunity for them to provide the volunteers to assist with some of those types of open houses, or rather than them being weekly, we would look at maybe piloting one a month, and that's what's on our work plan.
Okay, so you are working with like the Easy Rider groups when it comes to the cycling, or the Nordic ski clubs. Are you working with both of those groups?
We haven't linked yet with the ski clubs, but we have linked with our internal transportation around the cycling and the trails.
Okay, yeah, I just think that there might be a small piece of revenue.
Appreciate that.
Offsetting the operational cost. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Neske?
A couple of questions in regard to the golf enterprise. In the debt charges, maybe just for clarification, unless I missed it, we have a $266,000 for a period of time. Is this to cover the debt of the issue of the purchasing of the lands back in the Cambridge? Is that what it covers, or what is it for?
It was related to the expansion to the Dune Valley Golf Course, correct?
Okay, so come 2021, that'll be all taken care of and paid for?
Just a portion of it. So the first portion is paid off in 2021, which will bring $53,000 annually back to the budget.
So from 2021, it'll still continue on?
After 2021, there will be still a continuation of a payment of $217,000.
For how long?
That one is finished in 2034.
2034. And then what happens?
Then that full amount is returned to the golf courses.
Okay. All right. That answers that question. Back to your page 15 that has the explanation on the operation. I am a golfer, so I do enjoy the game and try to take pleasure of it. When I'm down in Florida, I play golf there as well, different courses, and I've inquired on them because I noticed in terms of the rates that you charge. Councillor Gazzola was asking, where you answered the same with push lunch. We're staying on par and trying to be competitive. But I'm assuming this is just for a round of golf of 18. You go there and you play that. But I know later on in the day, those golf courses in Florida have a decreased rate as the day goes on, because you can't play a full 18 because the sun's already set, so you maybe play 15 holes or 12 holes or 9, and then have a descending rate. Instead of $45, it may be down to 35 and then down to 25 or whatever. Do we do anything like that just to make sure? Because golfers who may just want to come out and only play a handful of holes knowing the sun will set and that's it, do we do anything like that, or is that sort of discouraged because you still got to pay the full rate?
No, we definitely have fees that are set based on the time of day. So we do have what we call a twilight fee, and so depending on where the sun sets, it will range from a fee that starts at 2 o'clock in the early part of the season and the later part of the season, and then in mid-season when the sun hours are longer, then it's usually 3 o'clock, 3:30. That twilight fee kicks in. As well as last year, we introduced a midday membership so that those that were looking for affordability, if they tee off after noon, they can actually play at a reduced rate than the memberships that tee off in the morning. So we've done a collaboration of both of those.
Okay, so you do capture those people who want to play half a game, more or less, based on how many daylight hours are left in the day, depending on the time of month too. So, okay, thank you.
Councillor Marsh?
Thank you, Kim. I just want to ask you about, we, as city councillors, when we're asked to provide some kind of gift for a silent auction, for example, usually we turn to golf passes. So when you look at the number of golf passes offered throughout the year, a regular private business would be able to perhaps write those off as with tax receipts. Do we factor that into our amount that we transfer in dividends to the city, to offset those costs?
At this point, we do track the golf passes that we distribute, but we do not cost them so that we show the value of that. So thank you. I'll make sure I have that for next year.
This might be another option. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
I just want to try to save staff some time. I would like to know what the intent of looking at these $75,000. What's the intent? Where are we going with that? Surely it's not our intent to remove that.
Wouldn't presume to speak for Councillor Galloway-Selak. I think the intent actually is that we could use some of that money, take it away from the tax levy and use it towards the ongoing deficit. Councillor Galloway-Selak?
Is that the intent?
I'm just wondering if there's any options at this point that we can use that $75,000 maybe to get my intent was to try and get the golf enterprise into a better position rather than running a deficit for the next, what would it be, close to 20 years. So if there's something that we can do, I don't know. I want those details. I don't want to make that decision. I was just a question that I was asking. So
okay, I'm just trying to save staff a bit of time.
To be clear, too, the request is simply that staff take a look at without doing any significant amount of work.
I just want to remind council that 4 or 5 years ago, we gave the golf courses $1 million to do that very thing. And if we take away this $75,000 from here, we have to find another $75,000 to help the taxpayer. So where it is right now doesn't really hurt anything. So.
If I may comment.
You're cued in if you want to make a quick comment.
Okay, I just don't want to talk out of turn. I just think it's an opportunity for us to look at it. I have no idea what the overall impact would be, and it may not be significant enough to make that decision, but I think it warrants a little bit of attention just to look at it and see if it's even an option. And quite frankly, the agreement that we have, it may not even be an option. So I'm just asking for the circulation and an opportunity to discuss it further outside of this year's budget.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, I want to offer my support too. I think there's no reason why we can't chip away at their deficit, no pun intended. So I mean, I think it's a good proactive approach.
Yeah, I honestly don't think that we will be able to affect it, but I have no problem taking a look at it. I would comment only for future budgets. On the information page in 015, it might be useful to include the explanation of the debt charges, because looking purely at this chart, it looks like the Golf Enterprise will continue to accumulate deficit until oblivion, when realistically, I guess the 2021 is when we should start seeing that 970 closing balance number going down instead of up. So just a bit of feedback so people like me don't get really worried. Okay, that concludes all the questions for golf. On to building.
My clicker died again. So we're going keyboard. So next is the building enterprise, which is faring better than budget in 2015. Low interest rates and a preference for the Waterloo region have seen building permits in Kitchener go up, which means more revenue for the building enterprise. Also, there have been some savings on the cost side of things, as there have been some staff vacancies throughout the year. The Building Stabilization Reserve Fund is in a positive balance and above the minimum target. So that's good news. Essentially, we have a reserve that is funded as we would want it to be. And just to remind Council that there's no dividend allowed to come from the building enterprise to the tax base because of legislation. Looking at the numbers side of things, again, we'll look at the top section of the slide, and those are the revenues that building enterprise has. You can see in 2016 and all years across the forecast, revenues are projected to be fairly stable and in line with the projection for 2015. Expenses are the next section in the middle of the slide. And again, you'll see that the expenses there are fairly stable over time. That results in a small positive value in year. You see that on the excess of revenue over expense line in all years of the forecast. So there are small deposits that are planned to be made into the Stabilization Reserve Fund. As noted before, the Reserve Fund is not able to pay a dividend to the tax base. But because the results are projected to be good across the board, that the reserve is fully funded, I'll remind Council that you've approved no rate increase for building permits for 2016, so building permit fees have been held flat. And with that, I'll ask Mr. Sealing to come and respond to any questions.
Okay, and again, there is more detail on page 016. I would remind, it's been said a couple times, there is no dividend. We tend to spend a lot of time on building enterprise every year at budget, and I've never really understood why. Questions, Councillor Singh.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I agree with your last comment that there is no dividend to the tax base, but keeping in mind that the enterprise does rent space out of the City Hall here, and perhaps we can always take a look at the leasing rate and see if it is market comparable when the enterprise is doing well. I'm not saying today's the day, because again, the deficits or the surpluses are still quite narrow. So a quick question to you, the projection has changed a little bit, good news, but do you want to elaborate on that? And you can also kind of answer my question, when's the last time a market comparison was done with the lease rates that the building enterprise pays the rent back to, I guess, the tax base?
So through the chair, thank you very much for the opportunity for the building enterprise to explain our projections from 2016 onward. The building enterprise goes through a process every year that we take a look at. The two biggest factors affecting the projection is interest rates and what are the job forecasts. And the TD Economist in November stated that Waterloo region, the job forecast is very positive, and interest rates are going to continue as expected to remain low. So the that is one of those are the two main reasons. The building enterprise attended the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, their 2016 forecast. We received some information from there. We typically, we did speak to our planning staff to talk about projects that are going through site plan approval. And also another note, in 2015, 6 new residential subdivisions were registered in Kitchener, so that we know that there's going to be more building permits availability for residential. And the last point is our discussions with our customers. We routinely talk to our customers to find out what's going on. Not that they're compelled to tell the chief building official or building staff what's going to happen with the economy, but we like to know what's happening, including large subdivisions like the one that Councillor Galloway-Sealock referenced. Mattamy Homes is just bursting. So specifically, the revenues are projecting higher because we know in 2016, in speaking to our customers, we're going to see a return of the high-rise apartment buildings in 2016. So that's why you're seeing a total change to our predictions last year. And because of LRT, we're seeing development along the LRT route and just off the LRT route. We also know that the former Budlands properties, they're going to become available for building permits. So that's why 2016 is being projected to be a positive year. Council in the past has heard that when I do make a 5-year projection, my full-time job is not an economist. I do my best. I'm most positive and comfortable with 2016, and as we go out for the subsequent years, it's based on what we see happening and also looking back on 32 years of permit history.
Thank you. Again, you glossed over my other question about the lease rates, but I think that's for future budgets when the surplus is a little bit more healthy than what we're seeing. Thank you, though.
Mr. Chapman to add?
I can respond to that last question. We're right in the process now of a corporate-wide internal charges review, so we're looking at that very issue.
Councillor Gazzola.
Does the city have any opportunity to regulate the number of permits it issues in a year?
Through the chair, so if I understand the question, does the city have the ability to regulate how many permits we issue in a year?
Yeah, can we say we're only going to issue 25 this month instead of 50? I watch what you're saying, and you're saying we have to provide the service when they want it and all that. Well, do we have any opportunity to regulate it more so that we only allow permits in proportion to what we can deal with?
So through the chair, in fact, the opposite is stated in the Building Code Act and the Building Code. The building department must provide a decision on every application within 10, 15, 20, or 30 business days, pending the type of building permit. So a brand new house, building staff must provide a written decision as to whether to issue the permit or not issue the permit and list all the reasons why the permit cannot be issued within that time frame.
Okay, that's fine. So it's not, and you can't make one of the reasons say we've issued too many, we're too busy. That's
Correct.
not a valid reason for not issuing it.
Correct.
Okay, that answers that question. I do have concerns with your estimating the way you do it, because you seem to be out $1 million every year. So what, am I to believe the 2016 figures? Or?
Through the chair, I believe in the 2016 budget projections as well as the 2020, I should say. I will agree that the last year, 2014 and 2015 years, I have been off, but I'll stand by my track record since starting this in 2006. My track record's still positive.
All right. Could you tell me next year in 2016, why won't you make at least the same interest income that you're going to make this year? It's not a big figure. Don't speak.
Through the chair, that's a function of the rates that we're going to see in. So even though the balance is fairly similar, the rates are going down.
You tell me that? That's what you told me last year. Okay, thank you. I question, you were able to issue permits this year, $4,565,000, and our direct expenses were $3,360. Okay, if I prorate that to what you plan to do next year, I don't get direct expenses as high as 3570. What's happening there? Why are our expenses going up higher like that?
So through the chair, I'll explain the projected 2015. The reason why, again, the building enterprise, the actual is going to be less than the budget is through gapping. Most of our savings came through gapping. There were 3 positions in particular. Earlier in the 2015 year, we had an employee that went to a different department here at the city. We take the opportunity to take full advantage of gapping where we can, as well as we had another staff member that went on a maternity leave, and I had a staff member that was on a sick leave who went on to long-term. So those last 2, we actually waited a few extra weeks so that when we posted, we were able to post 2 positions at the same time. But by waiting those savings allowed the enterprise to save money. That's the explanation for 2015. In 2016, I in the budget for direct expenses is I need to add a full-time equivalent. I need another building official to issue low-rise residential permits. Our activity for the last 6 months has been extremely high. We've in fact been exceeding the 10 business days. To do that, we thought it might be a little blip it was cyclical. It hasn't gone away. So staff and management have looked at the actual process. We've looked at our Amanda system. We've also looked at why is it taking longer to issue a permit today as opposed to 5 years ago. The building code requirements for energy efficiency have increased, which means it takes us longer to review some of these permits. So as a result, the 2016 budget, the biggest increase includes a new FTE. It's one of the vacancies that the building enterprise has.
Okay, from my point...
Councillor Gazzola, your time's expired. You can queue back in, okay? Councillor Yaneski.
Mr. Sealing, the increase of no increase of building permit fees this year is probably good news for the building industry.
Correct.
When was the last increase that we had? Was it last year or 2-3 years ago?
The last permit fee increase would have been the year before. It would have been the amount of staff salary increase because approximately 80% of the building enterprise is our staff salaries. So approximately 1.5%.
Okay. How do we compare in terms of our rates for single family or apartments, etc., to Cambridge and the City of Waterloo in terms of the rate?
Okay, Councillor Yaneski, we've already gone through rate setting, and I'm sorry, but I really fail to see how this question has anything to do with any decision we could make or how it deals with the budget. I'm trying to hone in because we're spending quite a bit of time again on building enterprise without any chance of making any changes whatsoever.
Well, I'm just wondering whether we should be increasing it, because if we're falling behind other cities, I just want to know that.
We already approved it, so it would require a motion to reconsider changing the charges, number one. Number two, you can see at the bottom line that the stabilization reserve is above 100%, so there would be no need to... The idea is supposed to be revenue neutral, right? You're not supposed to be charging excessive funds to make some sort of profit.
Well, that wasn't the intent. I'm just wondering if we're not increasing anything, I thought it'd be similar to user fees where they go up and automatically 1% or 1.5%.
We held up, there's been no increases as per our previous direction. Councillor Fernandez?
Thanks, Mike. Councillor Guzzola's question was about you regulating the permits, but I think that really that should be something through planning, right? Through the growth management strategy that we have, not through building. Would that be more of a correct way of looking at it?
Through the chair, I don't have any ability to refuse a permit application, or in fact, an applicant could take me to court to say, issue that permit, and I have to have reasons for not issuing that permit.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I was going with it, that really it should come out of planning, where we regulate that kind of situation. I do want to congratulate you on the great, tremendous success that the Tuesday Night Express was. I mean, the numbers I think they just blew you guys away. You didn't expect that at all, so I think that's fantastic, and I think that really does speak to where you are on the budget line. And a great thank you to some of your staff who've been really patient with the situation at 200 Old Carriage, and they've been so helpful. I just want to put it out there publicly because that has been wonderful to work with them.
Through the chair, thank you very much for the positive comment. I'm very fortunate to have very professional and customer service friendly staff.
Yeah.
Councillor Gazzola.
Okay, I want to go back to my point quickly. Don't answer me too long. The point I was trying to make was that if you were able to do everything you did this year with a lot of staff not being there, so why do you then, can you not carry on in the next year? If you were able to manage this year with such a shortage of staff, why do you need new staff next year? That's the point I was trying to get at.
So through the chair, very quickly, we gapped 3 positions for a short period of time in 2015. I believe I stated a few minutes ago that we are currently exceeding the allowable time frame for permit issuance. I think as of today, we're at 12 business days. The Building Code Act says 10 business days. And it's been like that for approximately 6 months.
Is that as a result of the gapping?
No, through permit activity.
Mr. Chapman?
I think I ought to clarify Mr. Seeling's comments with respect to adding an FTE. We've said there are no new FTEs proposed in this budget. My understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that they have held on a long-term basis 2 approved positions vacant. The proposal in this budget is to now move ahead to fill one of those on a permanent basis. So they will still be operating with 1 long-term vacancy in their approved headcount.
Okay, and thank you, and that should have been here. That's all. Okay. The other question I have, a concern I have, is we're looking now at this reserve now. At the end of next year is going to be 26% higher than even our ultra conservative targets. Now, isn't there something wrong there? Is there some way where we can get legislation that we can get part of that money, or should we be changing? Are we charging too much for building permits? I mean, this, looking at the building industry, I think they would, if I were on their side of the fence, I'd be complaining like hell that we're building up a big reserve, so therefore our building permit fees must be higher than they should be. There's no, what's the justification for having a reserve 25-30% higher than it should be?
Mr. Seeling, and again, Councillor Gazzola, we dealt with that with the user fees. We froze them.
I did not have this information when we dealt with the fees.
Okay.
We did it.
Mr. Seeling or Mr. Haggie?
Yeah, I just want to take part of the question a bit. So the value that's shown here, that 100%, is the minimum for that reserve fund. The maximum is 150%. So we're operating within that band. Whether council believes that's right, or individual councillors believe that's right or wrong, is a matter of their opinion. The council-approved policy says between 100 and 150%.
Okay, so for future reference, if we could actually have that written in as it is in parking enterprise, for example, where it says minimum, maximum, that way we don't get confused by the 100 and whatever plus percent, okay? And Mr. Seeling, there are no further questions. Thank you. It was probably approximately equal to previous years in terms of number of questions, but we'll work on that. Up next is parking enterprise, which we'll get through, and then we will break for lunch after that. And I would remind there is additional information on parking enterprise on page 018.
So looking at the parking enterprise, there's good news about parking in 2015 in that there's a projected surplus that is higher than was budgeted. And this is for the first time in several years that has been the result. That being said, there's still concern because the Parking Stabilization Reserve Fund is in a sizable deficit and is forecasted to be there until 2017. And that's only if the results that are being forecast actually materialize. Parking does pay a dividend to the city, and it represents the net revenue level. When parking was moved from being a city enterprise, or sorry, a city division within the tax base to being its standalone enterprise. So the dividend could be reduced, but it could not be increased because the parking enterprise is in deficit. Looking to the figures again, the overall results for parking are seen about 3/4 of the way down this slide, the line that says net revenue or expense. If you look across, you'll see that in the early years, 2016 to 18, that result is positive, and then there's 2019, 2020, it moves to being slightly negative. And that's a result primarily of the parking enterprise picking up the costs again for traffic demand management, TDM, or cycling master plan. For a period of time, those have been funded out of the tax base, and that was something that was approved by council last year. But they will return to having to pick up those costs in 2019 and 2020. You'll see underneath the stabilization reserve fund by that point is projected to be positive, and so the feeling is that that enterprise could bear those costs again starting in 2019 and 2020. See, Mr. McCormick and Mr. Reedman are here if there are any questions about the parking enterprise.
There are. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, this one actually might be for Ryan, just because he brought it up in the presentation that he just gave. What I was looking at and understanding on O-69 that the transfer to capital funds increase in 2019-2020. You mentioned that, because my question was going to be with regards to the TDM and cycling, and that money is now coming out of the capital forecast. And you said that we made that decision last year. I'm just not recalling it off the top of my head. Is that something that can be circulated back to us with regards to that decision from last year?
Through the chair, I can't remember exactly. I'm sure it was pointed out either during capital or what have you. I don't recall if there was a specific issue paper, but I know the capital forecast included that change, and it was pointed out. So I can go back and look.
If you can, I just don't recall it, and that's fine. I see the accounting here on the pages. Yeah, that was going to be my question, but you touched on it mostly. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, just on that topic, shouldn't funding for trails and cycling and that come out of where it's coming out for the next 3 years? This is part of our capital forecast, is it not? Why was it ever tied in to be funded from parking? Shouldn't it just be a standalone? Mr.
Chapman?
Just 30 seconds, because it's not an important issue now.
I think it's a very good question and one that we need to set our minds to in the long term.
Okay.
In the 30 seconds I've got, the rationale was like any other utility, demand management is an appropriate cost for that utility to incur to reduce demand on the infrastructure, and that's why it was put here.
My another question, how did we ever get to the point where we've got 55%, if I'm reading this right, 55% more supply than we have demand on our parking? What has gotten us to that point? Maybe should we not have built that last parking garage that we did, or?
Through the chair, the long-term strategy is to reduce the number of surface parking lots. They will become development sites, so building the garages puts us in position when economic development happens in the downtown. Those surface lots are now tax-producing properties, and ultimately those parkers will move out to the garages and fill those up even more than they are right now.
But that's not we're not in a good position having such a oversupply of parking.
Through the chair, looking at some of the older forecasts, the intent was to have some of the surface lots, some of those projections were maybe a little aggressive, and some of those surface lots would have been already in the ground or starting to develop at this point in time. That hasn't happened yet. It's not saying that we're in a bad position. It just means we're lagging a little bit behind that.
Projecting for next year, other under revenue, you're showing $1,123,000 compared to around $500,000 this year. What is happening there?
Councillor Gazzola, there was an email circulated to council on that.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Could you give me, for next meeting, the details of subsidies. What all makes up that amount?
Through the chair, total subsidies for this year is $1.2 million. It's made up of a number of different subsidies. One being the downtown parking meter removal that was done a number of years ago. There's a holiday promotion line. There's free parking between 6 and 9 p.m. And there's also a WU parking subsidy that makes up that $1.2 million.
Councillor Fernandez?
Oh, thank you. Didn't think I was ready yet. Sorry. I see that we're in a surplus on page 68 of 148. Am I to understand that that means that we're finally, and I think that it was covered in the overview, that we're finally seeing a bit more uptake on the Charles and Benton?
Through the chair, Charles and Benton has always been a challenge for us. We've had a number of other so-called wins, if you will. City Hall has a waiting list. We've filled up City Hall. Duke and Ontario Garage is starting to show signs of getting close to getting filled. So we've had some wins and a few losses. The parking lots near the hospital, we had some windfalls there in 2015 where the hospital took a number of spots. However, next year, and starting November, December this year, they're starting to give some of those parking spots back as they've now completed their garage renovation. So we see some challenges there as well.
Okay. I thought that, and I did read that on 018 that the Charles and Benton was definitely seeing a little bit more increase, and I was glad about that. When you spoke to the question about surface parking lots, and you had said that we have sort of an overabundance to those, maybe that wasn't the right word, additional parking spots, more than you had expected. Are there parking lots that you can identify? And I guess my favorite one that sort of continues to stick in my side is the Brom Street one. And I think you know that the money that we spent on that, I don't think we're getting the revenue from that.
Well, through the chair, I'll answer that in two different ways. It's not that we have an overabundance of the surface lots, it just meant that the development of those sites didn't happen as per back in 2010 when some of the garage decisions were made. Mm-hmm. Specifically on Brom Street, we're upwards of around 40% occupancy right now, so we are making headway in that area. I'd like to see a little bit more, but it's starting to come around, and as we have a slightly lower rate out there, and as the innovative sector in that area starts to take off, I anticipate even more.
Okay, and that actually is a bit contradictory to what I would have thought for Brom Street, because my understanding that the innovative district, the people who are working at those in those industries are less inclined to use cars and more inclined to use other modes of transportation, especially transit and cycling and walking. So I would think that you may see a little bit more uptake. Is there any way that we can, I don't know whether it would be incent other ways of getting people to use that parking. I mean, 40% that's a lot of asphalt sitting there with nothing happening to it. And in the summer it becomes a heat island, and the winter we have to clear it, right?
Through the chair, we've started a parking study, which is looking at the overall rate structure for a bunch of different areas, and that is something that's on the list to look at whether in future years we look at a different rate model for Brom Street to build some incentive for it, because it is a little bit further away from the downtown.
Mm-hmm.
If I can also add, Brom Street, you mentioned for the snow removal in the wintertime, because we know we have space that is not being occupied. We use that as a snow dumping area for some of the parking operations. So we don't plow everything in that lot. We figure out how much we're going to need, and then we don't plow that, so we're saving some monies there. Mr. Eadman mentioned the parking study. We had 2 sessions a couple of weeks ago, and it's interesting. In one session, people there were saying that a lot of people don't have cars in that innovative area. In the second session, they're saying, yeah, we want parking. So we're hearing 2 different things coming from the market, and we're trying to make sense of it as well.
Okay, you kind of fell into a trap, and I know I have 1 minute left. When you talked about the snow storage, if you're only using 40% of that for parking, even if you go up to 50%, you're still using possibly another 40% for snow storage. Is that something that you see as an ongoing use of that space?
Through the chair, no, we don't. It's just a way for us to save some of our operating costs. So it doesn't make sense from a parking enterprise to shovel the whole lot when we only have, let's say, 200 spots being occupied. It's just a way of us managing our operating costs, and so we don't touch that area. In fact, from some of our other parking lots, we will dump some snow there just so it saves some of our operating costs. It has nothing to do with the city or their own operations. It's only for our own operations.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I noticed in 2016 and 2017 there's a decrease in revenue for hourly parking. Is that because we're factoring in the incentives for free parking during LRT construction?
Through the chair, sorry, did you mention hourly or monthly?
The hourly.
Because I have hourly 838
to 826.
Yes, that is correct. The LRT construction is causing us a little bit of some grief. We're not sure. Well, we can see some decline right now in some of our lots along Charles Street, so we are anticipating as it comes around Duke Street and stuff like that there will be an impact.
Okay. And Mr. Reedman explained that we do have a parking study going on. Are our hourly or our monthly rates being explored in that as well? Because as it said on 018 that they're quite aggressive and they're higher than our competitors. So it's a study done of maybe by decreasing the rates, we actually get more customers and therefore increase our revenue.
Through the chair, they are looking at a number of things in that parking study. One will be the parking rates. Whether that means an increase, decrease, or keeping them the same, we'll wait for the results, and then we'll have to present to council and make a decision at that point in time.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you. You referenced the WIU subsidy that we're still paying out. Wasn't that initially coming from the EDA fund? It was being funded out of the EDA fund?
I know Mr. Regier has more information on that.
Yeah. It was.
And I remember past discussions of us really looking at the rationale. Does the university still need to be subsidized for the parking after the fund was depleted? Have we ever revisited that model?
My understanding of that is that it's an ongoing agreement that has no end date. And so even
are we bound by that agreement?
Yeah, I believe it's a contract.
Sorry, Mr. Chapman?
We are bound by it. Mr. Regier had been involved in negotiations with the university, so maybe after we reconvene, that can be the first question he responds
to. If they're bound by it, it's okay. I don't want to beleaguer a point that we've already discussed, but I wasn't sure if there was an end date to that contract.
I believe it has been rationalized, though, that it provided a whole lot of capacity that was not being used, and so the subsidy has been reduced over time based on actual usage.
Okay, all right. And the other question is, the Brom Street parking lot was referenced. The parking, the paving of it, wasn't that out of the economic development division?
Yeah, through the chair, those capital dollars came through the Economic Development Fund. We are making payments towards that, and eventually that'll get paid off back to the Economic Development Fund.
Perfect, I thought so. Good, thank you.
Okay, there are no further questions. I just comment that the parking enterprise is looking like it's in increasingly better shape. So very good. Okay, we will now break for lunch, and we will reconvene at 1 p.m. Could everyone please take their seats? Okay, apologies, we went a little bit late in caucus, but let's continue with Gasworks. Mr. Haggie.
Sure. So, looking at gas, for this year's presentation, I've split it into two parts. So we have gas delivery and we have transportation and supply. And I think just to provide some clarity that we're talking about the delivery company, I've set it up so that there's, the overview for delivery. And I think we should pause and talk about delivery first, and then we'll move to supply and transportation, just so people are clear whether we're talking about the part of gas that can earn a profit and pays a dividend to the city, or the part that's a flow through. So just to remind Council that delivery is the section of gas that earns the profit and pays a dividend to the city. And the dividend that's paid to the city represents the maximum that's allowed under the rate-making principles followed by the Ontario Energy Board. So there's a dividend in place, it's paid to the city, but it can't be increased, or we may be in contravention of the principles that OEB uses. Gas delivery is performing better than expected in 2015 because of selling more gas, so more profit being earned. The gas delivery reserve is projected to be positive in all the forecast years, but below the minimum benchmark in the early years. Again, to point out, there is an issue paper, Oppo 2, it's on page 89 of the package, and that deals with insourcing some work that's currently being done by contractors in order to achieve some cost savings. Looking at the numbers on the delivery side, I'll remind Council that you've already set the delivery rates. You've already approved the rates that are going to be in effect for the 2016 year, and actually are in effect right now. The rates that you see or the numbers you see on this slide reflect the rates that have already been approved by Council. And if you look to the third line down, you'll see the gross profit percentage. And you'll see that that's fairly stable over all years of the forecast, in around 60%. So we're looking to earn around 60% on all the gas that is sold from the gas delivery. Looking about halfway down the page, you can see the ending stabilization reserve fund line. And you can see that the reserve is positive in the early years, for all years of the forecast, but the balance is fairly low in the early years. This is a bit of a concern because gas is one of those industries that's very volatile and very weather dependent. So, for instance, if we had 1 year where the weather kind of swung the wrong way, we could see negative results within the gas delivery company fairly easily. So we're hoping that weather is fairly consistent and that the forecast that we see here is actually achieved. So with that concludes my comments. Mr. Malcolm and Graber are here to answer questions about gas delivery.
Very good. There are two in the queue at the moment. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, my only question on this one comes from the issue paper with respect to, I understand the rationale why. I guess my question is just around, is this required on an ongoing basis full-time throughout the year? Because what I read in the issue paper was that a lot of this work is done between December and March.
Mr. Malcolm?
Through the chair, the building survey itself is both inside and outside, typically done during the winter time period because it's best for the leakage of gas and notification of any leakage of gas. The cost to do that with a contractor far outweighs the cost of hiring internal staff to do that. If we hire the internal staff, we get the benefit of doing other regulatory work that we're contracting out that adds favorably to the city as far as reducing our costs. Okay, but do you need it on a
full-time basis throughout the whole year? I guess I didn't get the answer to that, or I didn't understand the answer to that.
You need the bodies to do the building survey, which basically is 4 months of the year. The rest of the year, you get the other regulatory work that we're doing that we contract out to other staff. So for the building survey and the leak survey itself,
Okay.
you don't need it for the full 12 months.
Okay, so there's two components to it that I
That's
didn't
correct.
put together. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
I thought there were two people ahead of me, so I'm not quite ready, but just, okay, I wanted to talk about the, that gross profit. Why wouldn't we, if we're, okay, first question, what did we change when we put in the new rates? As far as the delivery portion of it, was there any change?
Through the chair, there was 0 increase on the delivery rates.
So no change?
No change.
So, okay, so but if we ended up this year with a 62% gross, why wouldn't that carry on into next year? Or at least why is it at 61% the way we budgeted for 2015? I mean, 1% is $374,000. It's a substantial figure. Why wouldn't we at least use the same gross profit?
Through the chair, the gross profit is based on the revenues that we receive from our customers based on our delivery rates. The expenses are what we incur to get the product to the City of Kitchener and then to deliver that product to our customers. It's based on a percentage increase. We have no idea what the actual cost will be in the forward year. So we maintain that level going through based on what our rates are and what we're predicting our gas consumption to be.
But the cost is our cost. It's our employees' cost. It's not really other people's costs. So, I mean, when a business knows what their costs are, now, is there any reason that I mean, your gross profit should remain constant year after year after year.
The expense size, we have our internal staff costs and we also have contractor-based costs. We're not able to predict what the contractors are going to be charging us for the services next year until they tell us what those prices will be. So the internal costs, we know what our inflationary rate increases will be based on our collective agreement, but the other component is the contractor's cost, which we have no control over.
Offline on that, thank you. I'd like to go on dealing with 089. Could you give me a little more details? What are we intending to do in here? Do we have extra staff now that we're able to go and do these other areas?
Through the chair, we don't have existing staff doing these types of work. We have contractors currently doing this work for us.
And you're saying you can do it better than contractors?
We can do it better and cheaper.
So are you taking over everything that contractors do?
Yes. For this component, yes.
Okay, so there'll be no more contractors?
That's correct.
Are there other areas like, and I'm surprised, and that takes all of our costs into account?
This is the total in cost for this type of work. So the two components that we're talking, the additional staff, that is included, all included costs. So the fringe benefit, the wages, everything included is cheaper than the contractor's cost.
Well, that's what I'm surprised at, that all of those factors included, we can do it cheaper than the outside.
That's correct.
Yeah. Are there other areas like that?
Yes, there are.
Are they being included? Are you dealing with them this year? Or?
The other parts, like we're requesting 4 positions. 2 positions is for the indoor and outdoor leak survey. The other 2 positions are for our gas services that we currently have a contractor doing. So for any of the new subdivision work, we're asking for 2 additional staff members to take away the remainder of our work that is contracted out.
Okay, and now to deal with this, you're hiring permanent employees?
These will be permanent employees.
Now, as we go forward and the business isn't there, what opportunities are there to relieve ourselves of some of these permanent employees?
The development within the city of Kitchener, you're not going to be able to get away from the fact that new services are going to be going into new areas. With new services, we still have regulatory obligations to maintain our system. Our system is growing by 1,200 customers a year. Our customer count is over 70,000, and we're going to continue to grow as more development continues on. These people will also be doing maintenance work and proactive work on our system. If we get to the point where the work is not in line with the staff complement, you have a natural attrition through retirements or people leaving, that you take a look at that as an opportunity to say, do we continue on with the same staff levels or do we not fill those positions?
Councillor Gazzola, your time's expired. You have... Thank you. Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, to Mr. Hagee, who was making comments on the dollars and cents of revenues, indicating that maybe the more harsher the winter and more usage of natural gas, the more profit we sort of come in the bottom line in the end. Looking at the revenue figures, I'm assuming that these are just based on past averages and an inflation factor added for 2017, 18, 19. Is that the way it works?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, and what's the rate that you're looking at? 1% or?
2%.
2%, okay. So, all right, so if that's taken into consideration based on averages and inflation, and I know we've sort of been going through global warming, as you hear in the media and the effects, etc., which probably means warmer winters, I guess, or maybe not as severe or harsh. Would that be taken into consideration at all when you're looking at this? Because everybody's talking about climate control and climate conferences and everything that's becoming worldwide. Are you usually looking at that factor in here, or are you just sort of looking at what you've always done in the past?
No, we constantly monitor what's happening in the marketplace. What we've seen in as far as global warming, people doing conservation measures, balancing that out with our new growth of customers that we're adding, it's pretty much balancing itself out.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
I think actually my questions were asked by Councillor Gazzola.
Okay. Councillor Gazzola.
Okay, I want to go back to transfer to gas capital. There's a substantial difference. What is happening that's different here? We're going from a $17 million expenditure to a $10 million, a 10.6.
Through the chair, a big chunk of that relates to the new billing system that's being put in for water sanitary gas. That's being completed in the funding for it's largely completed in 2015, as well. So that's the CIS conversion to SAP. It's funded largely out of the gas utility.
Are you saying that 2015 was a blip?
Yes, yeah. So 2015 was kind of a high water mark, and what you see in 2016 and beyond is a little more normal.
Okay.
And LRT is another large component that those costs have been in.
Now, as a result of that billing system and all that, are we not going to see some efficiencies? Won't our bottom line hopefully improve a little bit?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, no, that was never our commitment. We have a billing system that's at the end of its life. What we are hoping is that there will be customer service improvements with the system. So one of the things that we're especially proud of is the online customer portal. But I think we moved away from the days where technology made headcount redundant. What we're seeing now is the technology is being replaced. It's adding functionality. It's improving service. But we've already taken in the low-hanging fruit of reducing staff by implementing technology.
Okay, that's why I feel that with the new system, a customer can do a lot more on their own. Is that not right?
That's true. We've been looking at the take-up rates for companies like Union Gas and others that have been at this longer than we have, and so we know that will be a gradual trend over time, and we'll certainly have to watch it, but we wouldn't expect a landslide change on day one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, one final question. Under capital reserve, there's a new expenditure in 2016, 2.4 million. What is that? Is that? And it carries on into 2017. But
So through the chair, again, that's just using that reserve fund to fund capital projects that would show up within the gas budget. So if that transfer was not made, the line that you alluded to earlier about the transfer to capital would be higher by those amounts. So we're funding it through reserves, things that have been saved up for that use instead of transferring it out of the rate.
So how do you decide where it comes out of? Which, out of the top or the bottom?
Typically, it's the top when there's, kind of those peaks. To the extent that there's a reserve that can fund it, it would be used.
Yeah, because, okay, that's fine. Because, okay.
Councillor Fernandez?
I remembered the one question. Mr. Malcolm, did you say that this person would be doing water and gas?
The new positions are strictly gas.
They're just strictly gas. Okay, because I think you were responding to Councillor Galloway-Sealock's question about the time period. I thought you went on to say that they would be doing some proactive work as well as some maintenance work, but I thought you said that they would be Can you just sort of review again what your answer was to her?
In order to do the leak survey both within the building and outside, so we have to do both, that is approximately 4 months worth of work. Mm-hmm. In order to get a qualified contractor to do that work will cost us $220,000. Our all-in cost for hiring 2 internal staff to do that work is less than $220,000. So you have the 2 people doing 4 months of the work, which leaves you with the 8 months of the year to do other work that currently we have contractors doing on other projects that we can deploy these 2 people. So not only do we save money on the 4 months that a contractor is doing the work, we gain 8 months of work from 2 individuals to do other work that is typically contracted out.
Okay, that's better understanding. Thank you for that.
Okay, no further questions. On to supply and transportation.
So looking at supply and transportation, again, I'd like to point out that these are the flow-through rates for customers and are not meant to generate a profit for the city and cannot be used to pay any dividend to the tax base. While these rates are meant to be a flow-through, it still is appropriate to maintain a stabilization reserve fund for both of these, as it helps decrease the probability of having rate shock because of adverse weather or market conditions. Again, I'd like to remind Council you've already set the rates for supply and transportation, and those rates are reflected in the numbers that we see. The rates that Council's approved are an 8.5 cent drop on the supply side and a 1 cent increase on transportation. Looking at the number slide, supply is on the top half of the slide and transportation is on the bottom half of the slide. If you look at the stabilization reserves, which are the last thing in each of the sections, you'll see that they have balances that are positive and are within the minimum and maximum thresholds. And this, I just want to pause and make a point that this is what we're looking for in all the enterprises. We've achieved it in this part of the gas utility. This is ideally what we'd want to find and what the council-approved reserve fund policy says we should be targeting. Reserves that are within their minimum and maximum thresholds in order to deal with any kind of rate shock or changes that would adversely affect the enterprise. Those conclude my comments. Again, Mr. Malcolm and Gaber are here.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I still can't get it into my head why we need reserves for these 2 components. We don't have a reserve for our water supply from the region. Why do we have these reserves here?
Mr. Chapman?
No, I don't want to waste our time here. I will talk to you about it. I am having trouble, though, understanding that our supply is getting closer to being sort of equivalent to the spot supply, whereas we were buying considerably in advance. I'm curious. Looking at the 2016 figures, I don't understand why that expense figure stays up high the way it was this year. I mean, the prices have come down considerably. I can see where the revenues compared to $36 million this year, we're only looking at $23 million next year because we're taking less from our customers. But why does that expense portion of it stay up so high?
Through the chair, the expenses are on the storage and transportation that we contract out with Union Gas. We're required to pay a fixed fee to Union Gas for those storage and transportation facilities. And depending on how much flow we have, we also have an obligation of how much we have to deliver into the City of Kitchener. That gets altered through the spring and winter season. So the costs are continuously going up from Union Gas. They go through the Ontario Energy Board to have their costs apportioned to their customers. The City of Kitchener is one of those customers that we face those expenses. So regardless of what the supply rate is doing in the market, the expenses to bring gas to the City of Kitchener is remaining constant and going up.
We've made a substantial reduction in the supply rate we're going to charge our customers. Are we going to be able to meet that, or are we going to end up in deep in the red and have to have another increase swing, a humongous increase swing in the other direction?
Through Council's policy and having us review that program, that's the risk that you take by getting closer to market rates. As the market fluctuates up and down, the rates fluctuate up and down. And that was a decision by Council to take a look at that and say, let's get closer to the market rates, regardless of the up and down. Throughout the discussion with Council was really interested in making sure that our customers were paying what was actually out in the market as opposed to what could be out in the market 3 to 5 years from now.
Okay, moving on to the transportation, what did we increase the rate by there?
1 cent.
What percentage did that equate to?
It's a 33% increase, but it went from 3 cents to 4 cents.
Okay, that's because your revenue is going up by about 30%, so that equates to that. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Yaneski.
On page 73, under the gas transportation gross profit, for this year, you're budgeted an increase of 1.1%, but you got a negative of 13.5% roughly. What happened there? Or what's happening there?
Through the chair, we were not charging our customers enough over the first part of the year than what was actually being paid out. So that's why there was a decrease for our projection.
So is that projection to the end of the year?
That's to the end of the year, and why we are increasing the rate from 3 cents to 4 cents is to retrieve that money back.
Okay. So then if you look at next year, okay, now I'm going with the gas supply, and that's also a negative 23 for gross profit, almost 24%. There's less revenue coming in compared to other years shown. Could you help me understand why?
Again, that's a function of the revenue that we're taking in for the supply component itself, and the expenses again are external costs through Union Gas.
Right.
So with the supply rate being where it is and the projection of how much gas the City of Kitchener customers are using, that's where you're seeing that difference, is that there's no offsetting expense to drop that price down. So we're recovering it. So we had a surplus in our supply program. We're giving that back to our customers. And so you're seeing that swing happening in that 1 year.
Okay. If you go down to the bottom, I guess it applied to the gas rate for January to October, at the bottom of the gas supply and the bottom of the gas transportation, the two bottom lines, I understand where the budget 2016 figures come from because it's shown in a previous page. But when you go to the subsequent years, 17, 18, 19, 20, are those rates already established or those are assumed rates?
Those rates are forecasted based on today's information.
For both categories?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chapman?
I just want to follow up on one question that Councillor Gazzola had asked about how we're going to manage supply. What I can assure you is that we have a very active program to hit our target for supply in the current year. We monitor gas prices, and we have a fairly sophisticated model that would direct us when to lock in prices versus not lock it in. But if you look at the 2017 budget, you can see that a rate increase is assumed in 2017. And so I just don't want there to be any surprises next year. We're taking a large reduction this year based on current prices. We fully expect that there will be not as large an increase next year, but that there will be volatility. Rates will go up based on what we're seeing in the market for gas supply.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
Just a point of clarification. You just said that the expenses in the gas supply was through I wrote shortage, and I didn't mean to write shortage. I meant storage and transportation. But isn't that the price for the commodity to buy the gas in supply? But shouldn't the transportation be, the expenses be down under transportation?
The transportation that you see there is our cost for transportation. So it's the cost to bring it to the Ontario border. The other cost is from delivering it to the city of Kitchener. So there's two different transportation components. Okay. One is to bring it to Ontario, and then from the storage facilities to the city of Kitchener.
Okay, that's why it's broken up. Okay, thanks.
Okay, no further questions. Thanks, Mr. Malcolm. Move on to water, sanitary, and storm.
The final three utilities we're going to consider are water, sanitary, and stormwater. And these are being looked at as a bundle this year because in a lot of ways they're linked, not physically, but financially, as we've already discussed. They're a joint funding program in order to deal with the water and sanitary and stormwater infrastructure that's in most need of repair. In August, as already been alluded to this morning, Council had a special presentation on the state of the infrastructure. And the next few slides, just to take a few of the highlights from that presentation, just to reiterate them to Council before we look at each of the individual enterprises. The first highlight from the State of the Infrastructure report is that significant portions of these utilities are beyond their useful lives. The graph up on the slide on 75 show that about 25% of the water infrastructure is 50 years or older. And while portions of this infrastructure is faring well, that's much more the exception than the rule. We're actually finding that our water and sanitary underground infrastructure is wearing out faster than we had originally assumed. This leads to more service disruptions, increased costs because of increased repairs and maintenance that have to be done quickly as opposed to being planned. The second highlight is that recent rate increases have funded increases on the regional costs, but not so much on the city costs. And I'd just like to draw attention to 2011 on the graph on page 76. In that year, there was a 0% rate increase to the sanitary sewer rate. And that's shown as the 0% in orange at the very bottom of the slide. What the bar depicts is that the regional costs actually increased, and for the city, that meant about a 4% increase in cost to deliver sanitary services. So that was passed on to us by the region, and by setting the rate at 0%, in effect, the city service side of the sanitary budget was reduced by 4%. So while increases in recent years have defrayed the cost of regional increases, is not kept paying for the city side of services. The third highlight is that there needs to be a fundamental shift in how the city maintains this infrastructure.
The city needs to move away from being reactive and dealing with issues once they've already become apparent and need to be repaired in an emergency situation after failure, and move instead to a proactive approach where issues are identified beforehand and can be dealt with in a more controlled environment on staff's in a planned approach when staff are available instead of an emergency situation when staff may be doing other things, when there's poor weather, or in some cases we actually have to hire in contractors to do that work because staff are busy doing other things. Just to put this in a personal kind of illustration, we do that from time to time. The city needs to move, we'll do it as a car. The city needs to move to the point of having more regular oil changes instead of rebuilding its engine. And that's where we are right now, is that we're putting out all these fires after they've already become problems instead of dealing with them in a proactive manner. The rate increases being proposed as part of the 2016 budget for water, sanitary, and storm are consistent with those recommended during the State of the Infrastructure update. You can see them here on the slide. The water increase is 7.6%, for sanitary is 10.8%, and for stormwater is 9.2%. These are the rates that are required to move to a more sustainable funding level for each of these enterprises as part of a multi-year phase-in. As these rates are interconnected, as has already been mentioned this morning, changing funding levels in one of those or the rates in one of these utilities would have an impact on the others because it's all part of a joint funding model. So with all that context in place, we'll now turn to the water utility. Water results in 2015 are worse than budget, and significantly worse. Water revenues are down as there's been less water usage, and costs are up as there's been more repairs and maintenance required. This is very bad news for the water utility as it's turned into a $2 million deficit in 2015. All years of the forecast, as we'll see on the next slide, assume a 7.6% rate increase, and even with that level of increase, the stabilization reserve is negative until 2019. You'll see the fourth bullet point reiterated on each of the three enterprises that we're looking at now. There's no dividend allowed for either water or sanitary or stormwater by legislation. And finally, there are two issue papers for water. The first outlines the need for increased maintenance. And then the second deals with insourcing some work being done by contractors, somewhat similar to what's been discussed already in the gas utility. Turning to the numbers on page 80 of the water utility, again, nearly halfway down the slide, you'll see a line called net revenue and expense. And if you look in the 2015 projected column, this is where you'll see the $2 million deficit expected in 2015. If you find that number and go to the right, you'll see in each year of the forecast that there's a positive result expected. And in essence, we're planning to have positive results in water for each of the following 5 years, and that those positive results would be deposited into the stabilization reserve fund, which is negative, and you can see that in the next section down. If you look at 2015 in the stabilization reserve fund, you can see there's a negative balance expected of about $2.5 million. Over the course of the positives that we see in any given year being deposited into that reserve, you see by 2019 it turns to an overall stabilization reserve fund balance that is positive, and eventually we'll end up within the minimum and maximum thresholds. The final section of this report deals with the capital reserve, and again you can see that there has been a balance in that in 2015, and it's being fully deployed in 2016 and 2017. So those funds are being used to fund capital projects that are water-related projects instead of putting those costs on the rate. I'll pause there, and if there are questions, again, our Kitchener utility staff are here to answer.
There are so questions on water first, not sanitary or stormwater, okay? Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, and just reading your report with regards to water on O23 and then looking at the chart on O80, I'm just wondering how we can be, or what the rationale is for budgeting $40 million in revenue when we didn't meet our projection last year. Even with the rate increase, I'm not sure that that's going to justify that big of a budget for our sale of water revenue.
So through the chair, the $40 million, we know what rate we're planning to charge.
Right.
And we've got the volumes, which if you look down to the very bottom of the slide, you can see have been reduced by 1.5%. So water volumes have not met our budgeted water volumes. We're reducing that by 1.5%, even though the city is growing, to recognize the fact that we haven't been selling as much water. But it's essentially that $40 million is just the volume of water we anticipate selling times the rate that would be in place if there's a 7.6% rate increase.
So I tried to do the calculation, and I'm not any math person by any stretch. And my calculation with a 7.6% increase would be close to, we'll say, $2.5–3 million. So I'm not seeing the correlation there between the $35 million that we're projected to make in 2015 to the $40 million we're projecting in water sales in 2016. Is it not that simple?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, our percentages are all expressed against the 2015 budget column, not the 2015 projection. So I think you've hit the nail on the head that our consumption has been lower than what we've been building into our budget. And so what Mr. Haggie was saying is that we've reduced our consumption estimate a little bit, but not to the full extent of what we saw in 2015. You've hit the nail on the head. That's still an area of risk. So we may find when we come to the end of 2016, we still will below our consumption estimate. Hopefully, if we are, by less of a margin than what we saw last year. But we have not fully corrected to our level of consumption that we saw in 2016.
Okay, so it's very likely that we'll see possibly the same picture in 2016 that we're projecting is going to happen in 2015.
Hopefully, if it materializes, it will be to a lesser extent because we have partially corrected for it.
Right, so the $2 million loss may only be $1 million.
No, I'm saying the other way around, that there is still a risk that this consumption estimate may be high. So
Right.
we were off our estimates. If you look at the budget to projection column, we were off by $2 million this year.
Right.
A lot of that was due to maintenance costs for main breaks too, so that's not all consumption. I think there is still a risk that our projected loss our projected ending deficit position of $2.2 million could be higher than that if the consumption number is still off.
So is there any reason why we're budgeting then for that high when we know that it may be a high number?
It's been a source of a lot of discussion internally, and so certainly there's been a lot of debate around what that right number is. And Mr. Malcolm may want to comment on it, but it's his view that this is a more reasonable number to be projecting, that to go to the full extent of the 2015 consumption would be an overcorrection. But again, it is a risk, and so we'll continue to have to monitor it through the year.
Through the chair, one of the factors that really hit us was with the plant closing. So with Maple Leaf closing the Schneider plant and the rippling effect of what water consumption they have, plus the increase of development that we're seeing within the city of Kitchener, then you tack on the type of weather that we've had and snowfalls and rainfalls. It really makes it very difficult for utilities in Canada and North America to really peg a number as to what the consumption will be. There's still folks out there doing conservation measures. The new homes are more energy efficient than ever before. We're really having a hard time because if you look at 5-year averages, if you look at 10-year averages, you put any model against it, you come up with a variety of different numbers.
So I guess I'm still just wondering why we're budgeting high and not low for our water supply.
This is based on...
Or sale of water, sorry.
Yeah, we're basing it on a typical normal year. We took a look at the loss of water from Schneider's plant, added on what our growth is for our customers, and that's the number that we came up with. And you can pick any number out of the sky within 100,000 cubic meters, and you're going to be close one way or another depending on customer usage and the weather patterns that we have.
Okay, I'm just wondering why not low versus high, but I know my time's up, so.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola?
Some of my questions have been answered, but can you tell me, I'm trying to remember what kind of a summer it was. Was it a wet summer?
Through the chair, yeah, we had a wetter than normal summer. If you remember, you're probably cutting grass every week.
I cut grass every week.
During the dry seasons, typically it's brown grass. So.
Can you tell me what volume would you have budgeted for in 2015? I'm trying to compare what the loss is here.
It would have been around the 20 million cubic meter mark.
And what does it look like it's going to be?
Around 18.5.
It's that much difference. And what volume are you budgeting in 2016?
Around 19.7.
Okay, so and that's all. Well, you throw out the place like Schneider's. What kind of volumes would they take that would affect that?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but it's pretty significant. It's a high number. Their production facilities used a lot of water.
Yeah. Okay. When I look at supply, that's purely water from that we buy from the region.
That's correct.
Okay, why wouldn't, if I'm looking at, I was trying to compare our actual figures to budget, okay, and I said I looked at it and I said that the revenue is 94% of what we budgeted. Okay, it's lower than we budgeted, and then I look at the supply, it's 96% of our budget. Why wouldn't it also be 94% of what we budgeted?
What you have is leakage within the system, the amount of water main breaks that we've had over the course of the past couple years. That is water that is lost. We don't capture any revenue from that. So we're being supplied the water, we're being charged for the water, but we're not billing for that water.
And it is that big a... Is there any way that you can quantify that as we're going along, as to what we're losing? And you talk about leakage. I hope there aren't other leakages other than when a main breaks.
Throughout the system is not 100% tight, so you will have leakage in joints and different locations within the water main. Without actually going in and seeing physically what the condition of each pipe is, it's hard to know what that amount of deterioration on our pipes is. The Ministry of Environment looks at about a 10% loss within our system. With the number of main breaks that we're receiving over the past couple of winters, we're starting to get into the 13 to 15% loss mark. So that attributes to the 2% that you were looking at in regards to the 94 and 96.
So a 10% loss is normal, so would be average. Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's fine. I've got a couple of questions. I'm trying to appreciate the infrastructure program. We're putting 13% more in every year. Okay, along the transfer to the accelerated infrastructure program. Okay. Are we spending all that money every year? I'm just asking, are we putting away faster than we can spend it?
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, the 13% increase is on the accelerated infrastructure repair program, so that affects water, sanitary, and storm. We are ramping up those programs as quickly as possible in order to increase the number of projects that will need to be done to reach the replacement of the infrastructure within that program by 2032.
Yeah, I know what it is, and I'm just curious when I start to look at unspent balances, if there's going to be some big balances there. But that's for another day. With one of the budget papers, I have a problem now. You're saying we've increased our rates by 7.6%, and you're taking 2% to be proactive, and you're just picking a figure of $800,000. Where is that $800,000?
Through the chair, that's for our water main breaks, so our contractors' costs and our internal staff. Most of these happen after hours, so you have
No, I know what it is, but where is it? Where does it appear on here?
It's built within our budgets. So the 852 within the issue paper itself, the 2% is not covered in that 852. It's covered under our 7.6% rate increase that we're asking for the water utility.
No, I appreciate that, but where is it included on your statements? Is it under operating?
Mr. Hagee?
It is. So you'll see the budget for 2015, the operating line is $7.8 million. The budget in 2016 is 8.9, and that increase is included in there. So it's the typical inflationary costs for existing staff and all that kind of stuff, and that additional 2%.
Okay, but the 8.5 million takes into account all the breakages that we had in 2015. So you're going to be able to cover all of those and still have another $400,000 or so, right?
Mr. Hagee?
That's correct.
Yeah.
There's also,
Okay.
there's the inflationary costs
Yeah.
that are not just related to main breaks and whatnot, but you are correct.
Yeah, okay. Now I wanna,
Councillor Gazzola, your time is long
can I
expired.
ask one last question? And I'll give
If it's
it-
one last question, for sure.
It's a philosophical question.
Please.
By doing that 2% proactive, which is good and great if money were no issue, but it's really tough when you're in a tight position to have to pay for the sins of the past, to pay for going forward, and also to pay to be proactive. Aren't we biting more than we should be? I'm not arguing with the fact that you have to do these things, but can we be in the first few years a little less proactive?
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, the maintenance issue in all three utilities, water, sanitary, and storm. When we did the review of the response of the maintenance and operating, essentially 80%, more than 80% of the time, we're reactive. We're not proactive. What we're doing is we're scrambling, we're running around, we're not doing the things that we should be doing at the proper time in the proper order. So, in my view, it's never too early to start to do the right maintenance.
I don't want to be this guy. This is for council. I don't disagree with that point at all, but I'm just saying, can we be a little less proactive till we get sort of our feet dry for the next few years? This is a consideration that if we're more proactive too, our repair maintenance costs should be going down. We have to try to do something for our users, because this is a hell of a bite.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I kind of agree that this is kind of very difficult to kind of see the increases that we're projecting here. And at the same time, Mr. Malcolm, I'm kind of glad with the optimistic projections going forward with the sale of water. Am I right to assume if we corrected those aligned to what we saw in 2015, then we would in effect have to project higher rate increases as well, taking into account lower consumption or lower sale of water?
Through the chair, as consumption decreases with our current rate structure, yes, you would have to go to higher increases to offset the loss of consumption that you're receiving.
Right. Okay. So we want to base it on what's here. Now, earlier we heard from our building department and seeing that development is optimistic as opposed to past projections. I know residential consumption is only a component. Will that help with, future projections as to what the consumptions would be? Is that taking that into account?
Through the chair, yes, we took into consideration our annual growth rate that we're seeing through building permits as well as the subdivision plans, and we've taken that into consideration when we've come up with our consumption figure.
Do we know out of the sale of water what component is residential, commercial, and then industrial?
Not off the top of my head, I'd have to get that for you.
Okay, it's just helpful to see exactly what comes from residential as opposed to industrial, especially when you reference one company and seeing their exit and seeing what kind of impact that would pose for us, and speaks to the efforts that we have to do with economic development as well. Now, essentially, when looking at the 7.6% rate going forward and some higher rates in past years, in effect, by the end of 2020, we're ultimately looking at doubling the users will be paying double the rate for the water that they had been for the last, essentially at the end of 2020, their rate's going to be double. Their bill's going to be double than what they're paying for right now. Is that correct?
You're leading into that direction. We do have that rate study that we're doing joint with the City of Waterloo that looks at breaking out the fixed and the variable component. So that will have a sort of a new nuance to our city and the City of Waterloo, taking a portion that is fixed costs and apportioning that to the consumer, and then basing the variable costs similar to what we do on the gas side on their usage. So then it provides the customer with the opportunity to save dollars through their usage, but allowing the city to retain funds on the fixed charge to maintain our system.
Right. But are we doing enough to communicate that out to our public? Year after year, when we see these type of rates, it gets very difficult to see what, especially when you look at it as an individual basis, what that impact would be to a bill. Are we doing enough to communicate it? I know the department, the utility department, with the massive amount of literature that's included along with the bill, is trying, but as a corporation, are we doing past that, beyond that, communicating that out? Is it being heard and understood?
Through the chair, through our customer interaction, it is being heard. I've received numerous emails and telephone calls from a variety of our consumers who are you have the ones that are in the business, in the water business, at other industries that get it. You have the residents that understand that you cannot put pipes in the ground and never maintain it into the future years. So as a corporation, we are getting the message out. We are putting in our billing information. We are providing pamphlets in regards to where the costs are going. Also, we've put on our website and through social media graphs that show what the state of our infrastructure is and what the pricing of that infrastructure is. And residents are understanding that component. They don't like it, but they do understand it.
Okay. Do we have, leading into budget, examples? So in case that if we look at a lower rate than what's being suggested by staff, so as opposed to 7.6, if council were to approve 6.6 or 5.6, what those impacts would be and what the projections would be. Would we have that data available for that budget day? Or do we have to ask for that today?
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, the short answer is that we would appreciate you asking that as a council resolution, simply because it does require a fair bit of work. If I may make one statement through the chair, is that the percentage that we've recommended, the 13% increase plus the 2% maintenance, primarily the 13% is what is necessary in order to do the replacement by the year 2032 in the AIRP program, because after 2032 is when we start hitting the wall on the next set of infrastructure repairs.
Do I have more time? Or?
You're out of time if you want to ask one more question.
I appreciate that. And this kind of leads into something or comment that Councillor Gazzola made as well. With the increase in rates, with the amount of revenue that we'd be projecting, able to do more proactive repairs and infrastructure improvements, do we even have the capacity within a department? If council continues to meet the suggested rate increases that staff are putting forward over the next 5 years?
Through the chair, we have looked at the staff complement, the way it is right now. For the first while, the answer is yes, we can incorporate additional projects into the current staff complement simply by shifting work being done internally to consultant work, because we do a certain portion of the replacement work with internal staff. By shifting more toward consultant, we can take on more projects. As the time goes by, we will have to add an additional complement, both in terms of the design piece and in terms of the construction inspection piece.
Okay. I have another question about...
Back in, thank you. Mr. Hagee, comment?
I just wanted to respond to the question about the split on how the water is sold and what our customer base is. Our staff were able to find it and send it quickly. So about 75% of our water sold is residential, about 20% is commercial, and about 5% is industrial, just to give a high-level breakdown of where our water is consumed.
Thank you. Still a few people in the queue here. Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks. I was also looking at the distinct differences in the rates and our sale of water, and it actually has been going back. I went back to 2012, 2013, and there was an ongoing, $2 million in 2012, 2013. Roughly about the same the following year. So, is there a problem with our methodology and how we're looking at the money that we're making, the revenues that we're getting from the sale of water, and what we're actually coming to? I mean, if it's been that obvious for the last couple of years, why haven't we changed our methodology?
Through the chair, as I mentioned, it's many factors that take into consideration the water consumption. You have industry that can ramp up or ramp down based on economic activity. It also depends on weather. So if we have a wet summer, there's less need for watering gardens, watering lawns. There's a variety of different factors that no matter which way you do and you attempt to do a methodology for predicting what sort of consumption you're going to see, it's very difficult because the variables are continuously changing. If you get a manufacturer like Dare Foods that needs water for their baking, Weston for their bread making, if the economy is shifting on them and they're not producing as much, or they're on the other side producing more than what they normally do, that has a bearing on the amount of water that we're delivering. In the weather, in the wintertime, if we have more water main breaks, again, that's water that we're being received from the region, but we're not billing our consumers because it's flooding our streets as opposed to going into the houses.
Okay, I can understand that. So we're looking at a rate increase of 7.6, but the increase that I see on this line is 14%. Where are we going to get the rest of the revenue from?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, as I mentioned before, the increase is from budget to budget, not from projection to budget. So I take it when you're referencing a 14% increase, you're comparing the projection column to the 2016 budget column?
Okay, yep.
So all of our changes would be expressed as a percentage change from the previous year budget.
Okay, so budget to budget instead of projected. Okay, would we... sorry, I lost track of my questions here. When we're looking at the increase, is that, if we didn't do the increase, would that affect the issue paper related to hiring another staff person?
The staff person position is not related to the increase. It's totally separate.
Okay. And, sorry, do we base our infrastructure work, like the plans of the work that we're going to be doing, on our revenues and our projected revenues, like our budgeted revenues?
For the infrastructure program itself, it's based on the revenues that we receive as part of the rate increase. Maintenance costs, it's been reactive. So if we're turning a valve and it breaks, then we have to go and replace that valve. That's reactive as opposed to doing proactive work of maintenance of ensuring that all our valves in our system are working properly at any given time. So the maintenance costs, if you don't do proactive maintenance, it increases on the reactive side, because typically when you're doing the reactive side, it's a bigger cost and it's usually happening at after hours as opposed to during the workday.
Of course, and I heard you say that earlier, but you raised another question that when I met with Mr. Graber and Ms. Smick, I think it was, and we talked about the turning of the valves at the time, and she indicated to me that we haven't been doing that. So that's, of course, the proactive work. Why haven't we been doing that? Is it because of budget? Is it because of what other reasons would there be that we haven't been doing that proactive work?
It's a combination of not having the dollars to do it as well as the manpower to do it as well.
Okay, and are you indicating that with this increase that we would be able to do both? We'd be able to cover off both?
Through the chair, with the increase, what we're looking at is, yes, we can start doing more proactive. It doesn't get us to our ultimate level, but it does help us with getting those programs that we're required to do through regulations, through the Ministry of Environment. We have to do these types of programs. And to date, because we don't have the resources to do it, plus the financial backing to do it, we're lacking in that area, which puts a risk to the City of Kitchener on our water system.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have right now.
Very good. Councillor Marsh?
Thank you. So I want to just ask if we could clarify the question that was asked by Councillor Singh earlier, just about looking at on final budget day comparator options for different percentage increases. Were you asking for us to return to the funding options that were presented to us a few months ago? When we looked at the report, it's 075 or something like that, and we looked at a 9% increase versus a 13% increase. What I would like to do is actually request that we bring that forward again on final budget day to consider. Mr. Chapman, you want to?
Sorry, to clarify, so I'm trying to remember, it was Mr. Taggy's report,
yeah.
Forward the report, and there were options in that. I think the only two options, though, were what's before us and a higher.
No, this is the highest.
Okay, I would look to staff then to comment. I don't recall that. Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I believe what you have in front of you today is what was the staff recommendation back at that time. As Mr. Gross alluded to, we can bring anything back, so we would appreciate direction from you today, whether or not it's those two options or it's different options. Certainly it would be fairly easy for us to resurrect that information for final budget day.
Okay, thank you. So also, I've received so many resident complaints about how much construction is happening this season, as I'm sure all of us are aware and experience ourselves. So if we increase the budget so that we can allow for more construction, more maintenance work being done where we close the roads, I'm wondering, can we be more proactive than we already are being in terms of making sure that the roadways that we close off are not further hindering access to allow for more. I'm sorry, I'm losing my words, but I'm just concerned that if we look to do more construction work next season, that we're going to be even more of a hindrance to people trying to get from point A to point B next year. So can you respond to that?
Mr. Gross.
Through the chair, this year we have, and the previous year, we coordinated with the region with the LRT project as well as with all the other construction projects that the region has to try to make sure that the impact to traffic and to residents is kept at a minimum so that there's as little conflict as possible. And I believe I can say that this year we've been successful. There was one blip, and that was the Wilson Avenue project, where we did the repaving job on Wilson Avenue, and at the same time Manitou Drive was closed. So that was one area where there was, I'm going to say it, poor coordination, not as good. But generally the ARP program did not conflict with the LRT. The LRT is going to be having 1.5 more years of construction. The buildup of the projects that we see will not conflict that greatly, if at all, with LRT. We will be coordinating locations.
And Mr. Gross, I do want to acknowledge the work that you're doing to coordinate with the region and the main contractor for the LRT. So thank you for that. And I know that it's hard work and there's changing timelines, etc. So I do appreciate that. I would argue, though, that it's not just one location where there has been some overlap. I think that perhaps it's viewed in a grand scheme of things as minor, but there are some streets that are further impacted than they needed to be, in my opinion. But I'll leave it there with a comment. I also just want to express that I appreciate that we do have an infrastructure deficit, and I appreciate that we need to get to our targets by 2032. But I also I very much hesitate to put this entirely on the ratepayer, and I would like us to further advocate through our different channels for increased infrastructure funding from other sources, from that do not, so that we do not always have to seek to solve our own problems with our own ratepayers, when really this should not be just on the burden of them.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Just the perspective that I think you're trying to get at, and in a nutshell, so basically, if we don't, basically, our customers were basically somewhat subsidized already in the past, not excluding last year. So they weren't really covering the cost for the service. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. The supply rate that we were getting from the region was not fully being passed on to our customers.
So basically, they've been getting a discounted rate for many, many years.
That's correct.
So they've had their break.
That's correct.
Okay. So the other thing is, so if we basically don't go with this increase, we are basically essentially, if we do go with this increase, we're basically essentially paying sort of to somewhat catch up, but not really catch up. And if we don't, we're basically going to pay later and then pay a lot more later.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And so if we don't fund this, so we're basically, what we're doing is we're going to leave a bigger financial burden to our children and our future children's generations, because the residents today already were getting a break. Because that's how I'm kind of looking at it as it is right now in the big grand scheme of things.
I'll take that as a comment. It's rhetorical.
Okay. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Going around again, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you. So with the proposed rate increase, I see that 2% of that is going towards, proactive measures of accelerated infrastructure repair and improvements. Part of that increase, is it to help with the current situation with the reserves, both in the stabilization and the capital? Or projected I see them staying fairly low, projecting to the next 4 to 5 years. With the increase in rate, will that not help improve that situation?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, no, not in the short term. And the best way to determine that is by looking at the net revenue or expense line. So we had a budgeted net revenue of $28,000 in 2015, and we're showing a budgeted net revenue of only $236,000. So the only increase that's allowed for in this budget to address the problem you've raised is essentially that extra $200,000 in the operating budget. It should be far more, but we recognize that we can't dig ourselves out of this hole in 1 year, given all of the other pressures on this utility.
Okay. Because I was hoping to see that would have made a better improvement, because obviously we're not meeting nearly close to what our preferred benchmark should be. As for accelerated infrastructure, and I appreciate some of the comments of my colleagues and the suggestion of staff as well, that we need to meet this responsibility. It's almost reactive as well, not just even being proactive. But can we not assume that we may be getting some additional assistance going into the future from other orders of government? We have both governments at the federal and the provincial level that have spoken now a lot more favorably towards helping the municipalities with their infrastructure requirements. Will that not assist with the water and sanitary utilities as well? Can staff comment on it, or?
Through the chair, I think it's too early to tell. The only comment I would offer is that every municipality in the province, in the country, is in the same place to varying degrees. And so we can say we'll look for federal or provincial assistance, but everybody needs it. And so ultimately it really means income taxes will be going to pay for the infrastructure replacement needs. If that happens, that will be great news for the city, but I would suggest look at this forecast at 7.6% rate increases for the foreseeable future. It might provide some rate relief in the future. We can't count on that today.
Okay, all right. And because of that proposed rate increase, 2% is going towards accelerated infrastructure alone, not necessarily to meet our requirements that we need to within our utility. I would propose, Mr. Chair, getting for budget day. I think we need to be responsible. So just looking at a comparison of 1% reduction, what it would be. I'm not saying advocating that's the direction we need to go. I just think that having that information would be helpful, and with a more debate to happen at a later point.
Okay, and the policy is, if it's Mr. Gross, did you indicated that it would be an onerous amount of work that would require a resolution? Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, we would prefer that a resolution be made.
Okay, is that something that you're moving then, Councillor?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, I will certainly have comments to that. Councillor Gazzola.
Well, that's exactly where I wanted to go. I would wanted to see a differential of a 2% differential. I would like to see that, and I think it can be done without a strenuous amount of work, but it may be that we end up here where you've got. But in fairness to our customers, I would like us to have at least looked at two scenarios and say we can't go there, we have to go here. So and that's where I was looking at a 2% differential. It's that 2% that we're looking at for to do proactive. The other question I had in this whole issue is: are we putting all our AIP money into this, or is some of our AIP money is going to other areas?
Mr. Haggie?
Through the chair, the funding for AIRP stays within that program. It is not being used for anything that's not related to
I shouldn't say that. Where does the fund? I'm just trying to look at where you might find a 2% differential. But where does that AIP money come from?
So it comes from the rate. Essentially, the rate increase for this year is increase to AIRP, and proactive maintenance. Those are essentially the two things.
Oh, okay.
The two
where does the gas tax money that we get? Where does that go?
Mr. Chapman, do you want to jump in?
Through the chair, the federal gas tax program goes mostly to the engineering program. A portion of it goes to arts, culture, and recreation. Within the engineering program, a lot of it is in the area of bridge works, sidewalk works, that sort of thing.
Can it go in to this area?
It can, and I believe there is an allocation within the water utility as well. The details will be in the capital forecast.
Okay, so it could go here.
It could. It's committed, so it would have to come off some other project.
That's fine. I still would like to go back to the fact that I really believe that for budget day, we need to look at two alternatives. As I say, it may end up that like when you're looking at 1%, you can very quickly, we know on water, 1% differential is going to cost you $406,000, right?
That's the easy part.
And you got to go across the board. I appreciate that.
And where we'll spend the time is to actually explain to you what the impact will be on the maintenance program or the capital program if you were to pursue that course of action.
I believe it's worth it to our customers to say we've explored it, and I'm sorry, but here's where we have to go.
Okay.
Because really what we've gotten here is the one case, I think the worst case, almost the worst case scenario that was presented to us in that state of the infrastructure day.
Okay, we have a couple people in the queue here. I'd like to begin to wrap this up. Mr. Hagee, do you have a comment?
I was just going to comment. Some Fed gas tax money has been allocated to the water utility. It's $750,000 as part of the 2016 budget. So that's almost 1%, not quite. But if that wasn't there, we'd be looking at, almost an 8.6% rate increase in 2016 instead of 7.6.
Okay. Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
I'm just wondering, not having, I know I can probably look it up, but not having the information in front of us, when we looked at this a few months ago, did we not already have these scenarios put in front of us? Maybe not 1% and 2%, but did we not have other options that would have given us a full breadth and we gave the direction to move forward with this rate increase?
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, the presentation included options that showed the 2015 approved rate, a 4% rate, a 9% rate, and a 13% rate. And that was on the AIRP program. Those what it did was it showed the dollar values per cubic meter for sanitary and water, and it showed the per monthly cost to the resident on the basis of average use. What we've done is we've posted that presentation, and it's on the O Drive. And we can pass the location of that on to council so that you could revisit that if you wish.
Yeah, I think we have access to that and have been made aware that it's on the O Drive. I was just curious if we have most of the information that we're asking for, maybe not in the percentages. And was there direction given at that time to bring the budget forward at the rate that you've done so?
What we had at the time, we did not have the budget as you see it now. What we had were simple rates for water, for sewer, and not necessarily the full budget rate. This is what you see in front of you right now. What we can do for the budget meeting is to provide a few scenarios that show the total impact on the all-around picture.
I appreciate that, but at that presentation, was there any motions or any direction given to bring this rate back as the rate to move forward with?
I believe there was general consensus that we needed to go to the upper rate, and this is what we understood and took from that.
Mr. Chapman?
We'll go back and confirm it. It was a strategic session, so I believe that it was for the purpose of sharing information. I think we made it clear that we would build the budget on this basis, but I don't believe that council took a formal position at that point in time.
Okay, I just wasn't sure, and I wanted to understand that in order to move forward for final budget day. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Rubenovich?
Thanks, Chair Davey, and you know what, I'm fine with getting the additional information. I definitely am of the view that we need to be making these investments in our infrastructure, but I think it's important that council have that information. I asked for the similar stuff to come in our regional budget package in terms of decreases at the regional level. If that was something that the region wanted to entertain. I guess my only question is, in light of your comments at the beginning of the meeting, and we can vote on this, but I'm not sure why this is different than any of the other information we've been requesting.
What I had indicated was any request for an issue paper of staff that could be accommodated reasonably without an onerous amount of work would be taken without any motion. If there was an onerous amount of work, then it would be taken as a motion to come back as an issue paper.
Okay, well then my question would be is, what is the onerous amount of work associated with it? Like, I just want to understand what staff feel what's this going to take to get this information together?
Mr. Chapman? Or actually Mr. Gross might need to answer that.
Well, what I can offer is that we always take one motion at the end of the day to ratify the direction you've given us for all of the follow-up items. I think on this point, we just want to be clear on what the consensus of council is. We've heard a number of different scenarios discussed here. I think we can capture the wording in the final motion at the end of the day, but we just need perhaps you, Mr. Chair, to summarize what is the consensus view around what we're to follow up on, and we'll bring that back.
Okay. Well, I was planning on commenting on this. I still have Councillor Fernandez in the queue to comment. But
yeah. So just to finish, I am fine with looking at it in the context of 1% and 2%. I mean, I think those are the logical numbers to look at. If we were inclined to go somewhere with it, and I think that's part of doing our due diligence. I will say that the reality is that at some point we gotta start tackling these things, and we can't continue to simply be putting this onto future generations. I mean, we do know that there's going to be some federal dollars available. We don't know exactly what they'll be available for in hard infrastructure, although I can say from meetings last week that hard infrastructure that is related to climate change, so that would suggest things like stormwater, are probably going to be looked at more favorably in the near future than other kinds of hard infrastructure. But again, until we actually see the programs being announced, I don't think we'll know those details.
Councillor Fernandez?
I just wanted a point of clarification. Did I understand you just say, Mr. Hagee, that some of the federal gas tax goes to arts and culture?
Mr. Hagee?
I did not say that. I said it goes to the water budget. Most of it goes to engineering.
Oh, Mr. Chapman said that. Thanks for that. Sorry to put the blame on you. I'll go over here.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I believe we've shared the detailed list with all of council fairly recently. It's a very small portion. Some has gone to Centre in the Square, and I believe last year through the budget, some was allocated for some recreation and parks projects, but if memory serves, it may have even been less than 10% of the total allocation. It was a fairly small proportion.
Councillor Gazzola, you've gone well over your allotted time for this item. You can't queue back in again, okay?
I wasn't.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Fernandez.
Can I?
Let me finish. And then you. The floor. My mistake.
If you just remind us where we can find that, I'm sure we'll be happy to look ourselves where that information is.
I believe it was sent by email. I saw Councillor Gazzola nodding his head, so I'll go back and see if I can dig it up and forward that on to you again.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. So the request, as I understand it, is Councillor Gazzola, no, you've spent well over your 10 minutes in this item, and we still have a few more items to go through. I apologize, but you've had more than your fair share. We have rules of procedure, Councillor Gazzola. My understanding of the motion, the request of staff is that staff come back with options to reduce the rate by 1% or 2%. And I think I need to comment on this because, first of all, I take some issue with the idea that we haven't had options presented to us, because this has been an item of extreme concern for a couple of years now. We've had a strategic session on it that painted a very, very dire picture. And the reason we're looking at 7 and 8 and 9% and 10% now is because we didn't raise the amount we needed to raise in the future. It would have been much, much more palatable to have these 3 and 4% increases over the years in order to pay for what we need to pay for. If we keep doing this, what's going to end up happening is some year we're going to keep pushing it to future councils, and one year we're going to have an increase of 50% or 90%, and that I think is irresponsible. There's the question of whether there's going to be future infrastructure funding from the federal government. We don't know for sure any of that yet, and if that does come through, what that will serve to do is offset the huge increases we're going to see for the next several years. We might be able to lower the rate at that point when it comes through. But to look at this rate now, I think it's entirely, this is one of the most responsible, the greatest areas of responsibility that we have as a council, is making sure that our water gets to our homes, our sewer is taken away and treated properly. And we have been dropping the ball somewhat. Some of it was, we cut the costs a little bit in difficult times, difficult economic times. But now we're looking at a situation where this cost is increasing significantly, and we either pay for it now or we pay for it later. And I don't see any reason whatsoever that we should be pushing this off again into the future. So I respect, Mr. Chapman, you said that we're going to take this at the end. I think we should be taking this, actually I'm going to ask that we take the motion on this right now and vote on it. I don't need to know what the implications are of 1 or 2% less, because we're already behind. It's just going to put us that much further behind, and I will not be supporting even looking at it at this point. So I'm going to take a motion on that. It's been moved by Councillor Singh, again, that we look at having a 1 or 2% reduction on this. Those in favor of having that come back? And opposed? That carries. Okay, we'll move on to the next item, and that is sanitary.
So sanitary results in 2015 are worse than we had anticipated, and again, it's due to lower water sales. Those are interconnected. That's how the revenues are generated for sanitary. So the revenue issue we saw in water is just mirrored here in the sanitary utility. Again, all of the years in the forecast assume a 10.8% rate increase, and even with that level of increase, the stabilization reserve remains in negative until 2020. Like water, you'll see that there are 2 issue papers. Op 5 deals with the increased operating budget for maintenance items, and the second deals with insourcing a contract position that's currently within the sanitary utility. Looking at the numbers, you'll see halfway down the slide again, the negative value of $1.7 million in the projected 2015 column. It's on the line that says excess of revenue over expenses. And that's the projected deficit for 2015, largely due to sales volumes. Again, if you take that number and go out to the right, you'll see that there are small positives in most years of the forecast, and over the course of those positive values being deposited into the stabilization reserve, which is shown just underneath, you see that stabilization reserve fund moves from a $1.2 million deficit in 2015 to being a positive result by the end of 2020. The final section again deals with capital reserve, and you'll see that it's being deployed again, being used to fund capital projects instead of transferring funding from the utility itself. It's coming out of the reserve to fund projects in 2016. Those are the highlights of the sanitary utility, and there's, I think, Mr. Allen and Mr. Gross are here to answer questions.
Questions on sanitary. Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks. I always was under the impression that it was our water mains that were the biggest problem, and that sanitary has not been as a bigger problem just through the pure fact that it's warmer, it's usually gravitative flow. So can you help me understand why we're talking about such a significant increase on sanitary? And I know we haven't made the revenues, and I am going to point out that there is a difference between, quite a difference between budget to budget, about $4,000 in our profit. In our profits and our costs are going up. So, is it just through the sale of water? I mean, is it like what's flowing in, flowing out kind of thing, or?
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, the sanitary sewer is the most expensive item in the replacement of infrastructure. It's the deepest, and it takes the largest portion out of the AIRP program. Because the sanitary sewer billing is based on water usage, we are fairly tied to that level of income. The extraneous flows, that is the amount being treated by the region, varies simply because we have flows coming into the sanitary system from other sources, such as homes that were constructed before 1980. That is probably 2/3 of the problem that we have. In a wet season, you'll have seen that the treatment cost of sewage is much higher than in seasons that are dry. We have looked at, and this goes back to a question that Councillor Gazzola had a year or two ago, and I believe in both years, as to what can we do to fix that inflow problem. That inflow problem is as a result of foundation drains that are connected to the sanitary sewer in homes that were constructed before 1980. Before 1980, it was illegal to do that. After 1980, it became illegal to do that. Up to 1980, approximately 35,000 to 40,000 properties were constructed. If we even assume that 25% of those properties have that inflow problem, because in areas where there's sand and gravel, you don't have that, but where there's clay and till, low water areas, you have a lot of infiltration coming in. Even if you have 25,000 homes, to retrofit a home with a sump pump, a basement that's finished, a sewer out to the street, you're looking at $25,000. That's a $625 million program to fix that problem. And it's just not a starter. What we're doing is we are paying the cost of treating that clear water at the treatment plant, and that's why there's a large fluctuation in the amount of sewage that we pay to treat at the Kitchener treatment plant in a wet year versus a dry year.
Okay, thank you. That was a great explanation. I don't know if I understood all of it, but thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you, and that was a very good explanation. I think it serves to show some of the problems that we're paying for. I think my house may be one of those. My sump pump's constantly running. So is it connected? I know this, I hope this is a relevant question, but Mr. Chair, stop me if it's not. Are the sump pumps directed to the sanitary drain directly at the residents' property, or does it lead away from the property to where our street is and then joining the sewer line? If you can elaborate on that.
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, if you have a sump pump, the likelihood is that it's discharging to the storm sewer or to the ground around the house. Where you have the problem is the homes that do not have a sump pump, where the foundation drains are directly connected to the sanitary pipe that flows from the house to the street.
Okay, all right. Can we build that for properties that may not have a finished basement? And if homeowner were to apply for a permit requiring that a sump pump be installed, and not at our expense, but the owner's expense as part of doing the necessary works in the basement, is that a requirement already, or?
Sorry, Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, we have what we call a sump pump program. That program, the city will construct a pipe from the storm sewer to the property line. But it is the owner's responsibility to install the sump pump and the pipe from the house to connect, so that the cost to the city, if you're looking at a finished road, and if you're looking at the storm sewer being on the far side, that's an approximate $20,000 cost to the
Which
city.
you explained, right? Okay. All right, something that we can't easily fix.
No further questions on sanitary. On to stormwater.
The final utility is stormwater, which results are very close to budget in 2015. All years of the forecast assume a rate increase of 9.2%, and again, even with that level of increase, we're still, the stabilization reserve is still in a negative position until 2019. There's one issue paper for stormwater, and it deals with the increased maintenance costs, so there's no conversion of staff being proposed within the stormwater utility. Again, nearly halfway down the slide, you'll see a line called excess or deficiency of revenue over expense, and this is kind of the bottom line of the results for the stormwater utility within the year. You'll see across the board, there's small positive values for most years of the forecast in the stormwater utility, which essentially means we budgeted this year, we actually are projecting this year to have a small profit within the stormwater utility, and that continues for all years of the forecast. The next section down is the stabilization reserve, and you'll see that it has a negative value of about $1 million in 2015, but that gets smaller and smaller as the positive results get deposited into that reserve fund. And finally, it turns to a positive value out in 2019. The final section is the capital reserve fund. And again, you'll see that the capital reserve fund had a balance in 2015. It's being fully used in 2016 and 2017 to fund stormwater capital projects. Mr. Golan and Mr. Gross are here to answer any questions.
Thank you. And there are a few questions. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Just a question about different technologies that I know, what I hear are, being explored every year, different ways to replace these pipes, like trenchless replacements that seem to be successful. Have those been fully explored in terms of cost savings and increasing the number of pipes that we can replace?
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, the trenchless technology applies primarily to the sanitary sewer, which is the deepest. We are looking at applying that technology to water mains, although that's brand new. It's not quite as simple. The storm sewer is the shallowest pipe at about 5 feet. Therefore, using trenchless technology on that is not an option. It's much less expensive to replace it. Even relining that pipe is not a very good option, simply because of all the grit and stones and the debris that's in the storm system. It would ruin the pipe itself. What we found is that through our pavement repaving program, where we run into streets that have either no storm sewer or an undersized storm sewer or a storm sewer that is crushed, it needs replacing. We will replace that storm sewer at the time that we do the road repaving program. Typically, the sanitary and water are in good enough shape that they don't need to be touched. So there are instances where we do storm work without touching the other two. One of the things that I can tell you also, it's a long-winded response, I apologize.
You're using up all my minutes here.
One of the things that we are doing, at this point, we know the quality of about 15% of the stormwater infrastructure. That was because it was never televised, it was never examined before. Part of the CCTV program now is to examine all of our storm pipe. It will take time to do that, it will take time to do the whole city, but that is what we are doing to get a better handle on its quality and where we need to spend the dollars.
Great. So then it's very reassuring to hear that staff are exploring different ways of approaching the replacements when we don't need to replace all the pipes under a certain road. We can do things to save costs. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, my questions are really related to the stormwater credit program, and I see that from the budget to projected that that there's a higher uptake, which I believe is, in my opinion, is a good thing. What have we done so far in order to promote the use of this program, of the credit program?
Through the chair, I think the increase that you're seeing in that line reflects the increase in revenue as well. So as the charges increase, the credits have to increase proportionately to remain at the same percentage. We've done quite a bit of outreach over the years through bill inserts, through community events, social media, newspaper articles, presentations to bring this information to the community and try to generate as much uptake as possible in the program.
Okay, so your answer kind of was that the increase is actually just reflected of the revenue. Are we actually seeing the uptake in this program? Like, are we maxing out that budget?
Yeah, through the chair, we have adjusted the budget to reflect actual costs of the program. There's approximately 5,000 accounts that are participating in the program. And so I think I can fairly comfortably say that we've reached the most people that we can with the program as it exists. And we are currently looking at other ways to enhance that service.
And my other question was, is this, when we initially looked at this stormwater as a utility and looked at this program for credit program, were these kind of the projections that we had that we were going to looking to achieve with the credit program?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
So when we first started looking at the stormwater as a utility versus when it was with the tax base, are these the types of projections we were looking at with the credit program? Are they higher than projected? Are they lower than we had initially projected? Or are they right on target?
Through the chair, they're about 90%, 80 to 90% of what we projected for the program. We did make a slightly conservative projection as we wanted to make sure that we had available budget for everyone that wanted to participate in it.
Right. Good. No, I'm glad to see that there's been this increase in uptake over the course of the years.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you. And I too am kind of glad to see the increase in interest in the stormwater credit program, something that we debated quite a bit in ensuring that the incentives be appropriate enough to encourage people to have that uptake. Is it time now that a number of years have been in place, for us to look at that credit program and seeing perhaps we need to try to incentivize more, especially with the projected rate increases, because it has to be equitable on both sides?
Yes, through the chair, it is absolutely time, and we have actually begun that process through the Integrated Stormwater Management Master Plan that's currently being undertaken, and that is one of the components, is to look at that program.
When is that coming back?
Through the chair, we are currently looking at a timeline of bringing some recommendations to council in March of 2016.
So it would be in line for the 2017 budget at least?
That is correct, and our intention is to base the 2017 and onward budget based on the recommendations from the master plan. Is
there, again, some of it is presumptuous, but is there kind of thought process in making, if there are changes, that they be retroactive, or they would only be projected outward?
Through the chair, currently we would only be looking at going forward. I think the program that we've already put in place, we did put it in place retroactively, primarily because we knew that the types of best management practices that we were providing credit for were already in place and already in existence on private properties when we began billing. So in fairness to the customer, we felt that it would be appropriate that we started billing them, so we should make the credit available as of the day that we started billing them.
Right. And now that seeing the 9.2% proposed increase and projected outward, to me it looks pretty regressive. I see that we are in a deficit in a reserve, but is that not deficit of our own making because of the projected capital work plan that we have in place? So the revenues don't meet those, and obviously that's why we're in that deficit. If we were to reduce those projections or our anticipated work, we wouldn't be in as severe of a deficit then. Is my rationale correct?
Through the chair, comments have been made previously, but the projected increase in rates is entirely tied to the Accelerated Infrastructure Renewal Program and tied to the sanitary and water infrastructure as well.
I know we're calling this as a utility, but many other, and some municipalities have followed the same model. I understand that. We were in the forefront of this strategy, but many others, and nationally as well, simply see this as just a normal process of service that they do out of their tax base. If this had been in our tax base, looking at a 9% increase on this utility, a rough estimate in my mind, I think amounts to about $1, because an average household pays a little over $10 a month, correct?
I haven't done the math, but that could be.
I'm looking at based on past reports, and it's shown that it's $10.50 or something of an average household. So I was basing on past reports that I thought you would be aware of. So a 10% increase is $1. So had it been, maybe this is not a question for you, but more Mr. Chapman. So a 10% increase, $1, that's almost equivalent of a 1% increase to our tax base. Is that not correct?
Mr.
Had this
Chapman?
utility been in our, incorporated into the tax base as it was before 2010.
Through the chair, yes, your math is correct.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks. Mr. Colin, you've been managing this utility since the inception pretty much, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you made a really interesting presentation to the Environmental Committee, which had all of us with our jaws dropping. I think I'm going to say a couple numbers, but if I'm incorrect, please correct me. 75% of people don't know about our stormwater credit program. Was it 71 or 75 or 81?
Through the chair, that 75% figure came from market research that we'd been doing as part of the master plan work. The 75% represented the percent of respondents that were not aware that there was a stormwater utility in the city of Kitchener.
Right. And despite that number, we're still gaining on that, right? I mean, really, that's we're still growing. Our credit program is not really being fully implemented, but that does allow us to have revenue. It still does generate revenue, so that we have money to do the work that we want to do. Is that right?
Well, through the chair, the credit program, as it's currently designed, is intended to recognize private properties that have best management practices in place to reduce the impact to the municipal system. So somewhere the water has to be managed, whether it's where it falls, or if it's through the conveyance controls and on municipal property, or if it's at end-of-pipe facilities like stormwater ponds. So if residents or businesses are managing the stormwater on their property, that's a reduced burden to the municipality, which is why we return a portion of their monthly stormwater fee to recognize the work that they're doing.
I understand that, but I guess what I'm trying to get at is it seems that despite the fact that we're not, maybe I'm getting a little bit backwards here, but we've got a large percentage of people who are not actively using that credit program. So we're holding on to a pool of money that in a way should be going back to our users.
Through the chair, the pool of money that we have for credits has been adjusted for actual credit payments that we're providing. So we're not holding on to any money. I think what you did say, though, with respect to the number of people that we have engaged in the credit program, it represents approximately 7% of residential and 7% of non-residential properties across the municipality. And I think what we're looking at going forward is how do we engage the 93% of properties that don't have stormwater controls on their property. And the incentive that's currently being provided and the stormwater charge relative to other utility charges is quite a bit smaller. And therefore, the business case for properties to retrofit and install stormwater best management practices and get a return on investment through the credit program is not a very good one. Most businesses are looking at a 2 to 3 year return on investment, and our credits could push them out to 10 years or 15 years, and that's not something that's going to necessarily be a great incentive for a business to do that sort of
right, and that's why we were talking, not dissimilar to what Councillor Singh was suggesting, is that we review that credit program, and we talked about that at the Environmental Committee. Okay, just cognizant of my time, I just want to, one of the bigger problems, here we are. Are we going to see a jump in expenses once the stormwater plan is fully completed?
Through the chair, we would be, unless some shocking information comes to light, we would be looking at developing a 10-year capital forecast based on the recommendations within the existing funding envelope that you see before you now. Now, I don't want to commit to that 100% today because we don't have the recommendations and we don't have all the information in front of us, so there may be an urgent issue that does require addressing, which can be discussed at the next budget cycle for 2017. But that intention going into this is not to generate a whole lot of work that's going to require a whole lot of additional funding.
Okay, but the closing balance in our reserve fund drops from 289,000 to 9,000. Why that huge drop?
Through the chair, so that the funding available currently in the Capital Reserve Fund is being used on ongoing work that's currently taking place.
Okay, I just find that the 9%, and Councillor Singh was talking about, that roughly the average household is paying about $10, $11. Although 9% doesn't sound like much on that amount, it does accumulate after a while, and there are residents who are still who are rural properties like Dune Village Road and Grand Hill, the neighborhood. Those don't really have anything to do with our stormwater. All the runoff goes onto their properties. That's going to be quite a jump for these people. Have we looked at a 7% increase? I mean, I guess it's not any different than what other councillors were asking about, seeing what an 8% increase would mean and what a 7% increase would mean. Is it possible to get that kind of information?
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, the AIRP increase is strictly for the AIRP projects. If you look at the expenses under capital, you have transfer to capital to the AIRP, and you have transfer to capital to other projects. They're approximately equal, about the same. It's the AIRP capital work that is being increased by the amount being requested. The transfer to capital for the other projects, which are simple, or I should say singly storm water related projects, does not get that increase.
So to clarify then, if you don't mind my jumping in then,
Yeah.
so if the increase if this isn't approved or it's cut, what ends up not getting done?
That was my next question. Thank you.
What ends up not getting done is the transfer to capital under the Accelerated Infrastructure Program, which brings down all the other two utilities.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis?
Yes, thank you, Chair Davey. sort of to touch upon this, and by Councillor Fernandez, and my question is, you've been dealing with this issue in my ward, in particular with one of the they call it Kettle Lakes, and it's their concerns about whether or not that's not being incorporated in the stormwater management program. So I wonder if any of those types of works are going to be currently scheduled to be completed for this upcoming year, and then how will it affect further projects? Because I can, in the future, if we don't approve some of these increases.
Through the chair, as has been previously described, the current increase that's being requested is for the AIRP and for maintenance work. The master plan is looking at a variety of streams of work, so looking at urban flood management, stream erosion and maintenance, end-of-pipe facilities such as ponds, low-impact development techniques as far as new technologies within the right-of-way, and at-source residential and ICI control, so that's sort of credit program related. Those different pots of work are going to be identified through this master plan project and will be prioritized against each other over the next 10 to 15 years. Cost estimates will be developed for the first 5 years worth of work for projects that are deemed high priority, and then we will have to look at finally what the funding availability is to complete that work. And that would be part of next year's budget discussion.
Okay, so it'll be all incorporated, those types of lakes will be incorporated then throughout the entire city then, compared to the others?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Singh.
Yes, questions for Mr. Chapman. Is it difficult to extract from previous budgets, so before 2010, so what was being spent on stormwater management, mitigation management work, capital and operational? I'm not as familiar to budgets prior to 2010, so how were they reported?
Through the chair, I believe that was all done as a part of the master plan that led to the creation of the stormwater utility. So we had defined in that document what the service level was prior to moving it into utility.
So we would have that dollar figure, what was being spent at that point, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like that information to be available for budget. I say this more for transparency, not because I want this to be seen from council or staff that I'm advocating that we need to decrease the amount that's being proposed as an increase to the utility. I understand the necessity of this work and for the accelerated infrastructure program as well, because when you dig up a road for sewer work, there's costing that you have for stormwater management, sewer or management lines as well, and of course other utilities. So you need to cost throughout all the utilities together. The only reason I ask that information is just so that we're more transparent and we know how much increase or has there been an increase to what was being spent prior to 2010 and what is being spent as a whole out of the utility. Can that information be available for the budget day?
It can. It may, in fact, still be on our website, and we can point you to it. And all I can assure you is that we were completely transparent about the increase in the service level that happened with the creation of the utility. So I appreciate it's been 5 years, and so we can bring that information forward, but I think you'll see that we were perfectly open about the finances around the creation of the utility.
Yeah, and when I say transparency, I mean as to what our still taxpayer is paying. I know the utility is being looked as a ratepayer, but ultimately it's still the taxpayer that pays because it's not an extra service delivery. It's something that's no one can opt out of. They would have to pay it regardless. That's the only reason I'm asking. So if you can refer it, but if that information is available, I'll ask that question again during budget day.
We can do that, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Just a question about the maintenance of stormwater ponds. In the enterprise overview on 028, it was pointed out that 9 out of 100 ponds have now been cleaned out, which is great. Was that just in 2015, or was that over the course of the last few years, or what was the timeline?
Through the chair, that was over the past 2 winters.
So how frequently would a typical stormwater pond need to be revisited to have the sediment cleaned out again?
Through the chair, stormwater pond is typically designed to require maintenance, so cleaning out of accumulated sediments every 7 to 10 years. We have just begun doing this. This is also a legislated requirement by the Ministry of Environment in order to maintain the functioning of the ponds, because they're really designed to take pollutants out of runoff. So I'll call it a mandatory activity that we have to undertake.
So if we have 100 ponds, then we need to do 7 to 10 a year in order to keep up with the demand. Is that fair?
Roughly, yeah. We haven't worked out the exact numbers, but it would be around that number.
So it'll be easier once we've done it once to catch up a little bit? Is that
correct? We would want to develop, I think what we're going to be recommending is developing an annual program, or will develop an annual program for pond cleanouts. And we're just working on developing the most efficient process to do that now, whether we have the resources in-house to do it, whether we contract that work out, and where the greatest cost efficiencies can be gained for us as a business unit.
Okay, great. So, I mean, it was just a little kind of hidden success story, but it would be nice to see that highlighted more as a communication tool to let residents know this is why, you know, these are nicer ponds now than they were before the cleanup. Anyway, so thank you for that work. And that's more of that's not a budget question, but there it is.
Councillor Fernandez?
Sorry, I forgot to ask the question. I think my time ran out. On page 095, there's a recommendation for a full-time position through the asset management but part of that is to be covered by the stormwater utility. Can you help me understand where that funding would come out of based on this?
Mr. Gross?
The funding would come out of the operating, out of the maintenance line.
Okay, out of the maintenance.
Second under expenses.
Yeah, the second line. And
Mr. Chapman?
But to be clear, there is no budget impact, so this is work we're already performing. It's become clear that it's a permanent body of work, and so the proposal here is to simply convert what is a temporary arrangement to a permanent arrangement.
Okay, but doesn't that have implications from a compensation perspective in terms of benefits and pension?
I don't believe so, no.
No.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that concludes all the questions for stormwater. Before we get to the final resolution, you guys can take some time. Were there any other questions or concerns or anything that was missed? Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, my question goes back to page 014 with regards to the solar roof. And I just wanted to understand that $300,000 is always going to be a fixed rate as long as we have that system up and running. Is that correct?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, yes. We had a 20-year agreement with the Ontario Power Authority, and it was a fixed annual amount per kilowatt hour that we'll receive.
And when the business case came forward, I can't remember the year payback that we would see on that. Are we still in line for that projection?
Yes, we are. So we have a 20-year window, which I believe we're now 3 years into. If you look at the variance report, we're actually outperforming that by a little bit, but it's still early days for the solar roof. So we know their efficiency will decline over time and the maintenance costs will go up. And so rather than budget for the very best year and have to reduce it every year thereafter, we budgeted for a number that we think is realistic, at least for the medium term.
Right, so when we end up paying back the system, or are we doing that over the course of time through a different budget line?
Pardon me?
So are we, so there was a payback of 7 years, I think it was. I can't remember the exact, for the system itself.
That's correct, although we had a 20-year model in terms of the cash flow back to the tax base, and that was for tax effectiveness. And so ultimately, this amount will come in over a 20-year time frame.
Okay. Thank you. That was my only other question.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez?
I'm sorry if I'm belaboring a point that may have already been discussed a number of times that I just noticed in my notes. I had written this down. When looking at the water utility and the sanitary, we had been overstating our profits year over year. How is that affecting our transfer to capital? And does it mean that we have more funds available for, does that mean we think we have more money available for capital projects than we actually do? You're looking puzzled.
Yeah,
let's answer the first part, and then maybe it'll help me understand the other part.
When you say we've overstated profits, can you clarify that comment?
Well, when I was looking at the year over the last couple of years, it's like $1 million, $2 million, just under the gross profit line. Now, in 2012, 2013, it wasn't quite as much. But I guess I'm concerned that, is that a transfer to capital then too? Those profits, do we transfer those to?
What's been happening in recent years is that we've not been achieving our gross profit targets, so we've actually been incurring a loss in the utility. We've been maintaining our capital program as approved by council, and so we've had a net accumulated loss at year end, which is a negative balance now in the stabilization reserve fund.
Okay.
If we truly had a profit, if we exceeded our budget expectations in water, it would go the other direction and actually generate a positive stabilization balance. But that's not been the case.
Okay. Maybe I'll ask this offline because I think I'm really convoluted here and I don't want to hold up everybody's time. Thanks.
Okay, there are no further questions or comments, so I guess we'll get to the resolution. Mr. Chapman?
It's a list, I think, that can be depicted on one screen, so we'll put it up there. You can take a moment to read through it and let us know if we've missed or misstated anything, and then it would be appropriate for someone to move that and formalize that as direction from the day.
Very good. Okay. Anyone have any concerns or questions about those items? Not seeing any. Can I get a mover? Oh. Okay. Oh, was there? Okay. Councillor Galloway-Seelak.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was clear with regards to the golf piece, the second one there, with regards to the golf agreement, that doesn't have to come through the budget process. That can come post the budget process and could inform next year. I don't want to try and start grappling with that whole concept for this budget, but that can be direction to give to staff outside of budget.
Okay. Actually, Councillor Fernandez had just moved it. So. Okay, no other concerns? Okay, sorry, Councillor Marsh.
Just regarding the motion already approved. We already approved then that we're asking staff to do double the work for a 1% and a 2%. Or is it double the work or like a?
It's probably, I'm assuming it's the same amount of work. They'd come back with the options for 1% and 2% reduction to the water rate.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, motion's been moved. Those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, and that concludes our first budget session. 3 more to go? And I do believe we have to retire into the caucus room for a moment. Certainly. Councillor Galway-Seelock, comment?
Yeah, just because we are a little bit ahead of time, I'm not going to belabor the point, but I wanted to say in all my years sitting around the Horseshoe that this has probably been one of the best, easiest to read documents that I've seen. I think the number of pages that came out in the report itself before you got into the presentation and stuff was really well done, really well written, and really easy to understand. And I think, speaking for myself, that may be why we are done a little bit earlier today than we normally are, but I just wanted to commend staff on putting this together because it's a lot more information than we typically get to see and read about. So thank you.
Okay, very good. Meeting adjourned.